collection and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax that if you earn more, you pay more. And if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Souq Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. Souq, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Souq A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882. renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota.
Good morning to you and welcome. We're reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale. Today is Just Africa, and the program that looks at the big economic and business questions shaping the continent, one country at a time. In every episode, we shine a spotlight on the opportunities, the policy directions, and a power plays affecting growth, investment, and everyday livelihoods across Africa. Today, our focus is on Nigeria, Africa's largest economy and one of its most complex financial environments. Nigeria's central bank has just concluded its Monetary Policy Committee meeting, and the big headline is the monetary policy rate, which has been raised to a staggering 27.5%, or should I say, will maintain the same. But what does it mean for Nigeria's economic direction? How does such a high interest rate influence business, investment decisions, credit access, inflation control, and sectoral development? In a country where small and medium-sized enterprises power much of the economy and where youth unemployment and inflation remain high, we ask, is this the right medicine or just one pressure on an already stretched economy? That is the big question to answer. But let's begin to consider what other directions we will be entertaining this morning. But what does this mean? Does it mean that businesses are overstretched? Does it mean that we are now, because the Central Bank of Nigeria, in a bid to tighten the supply of money to the economy, this is the direction they always take, and since time immemorial, we've been towing this path. From their own analysis, from the feedback they've been getting from business doyens and czars of industry, is this the right path for us to go? I bet not. So let's continue the conversation. I'm Oyin Priye once again. This is Just Africa. Welcome. Good morning to you, Olumide.
Good morning, Priye. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good morning. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Yes. So, talking about the business environment in Nigeria, when we have our guests join us on the program today, we will be looking at not just the Monetary Policy Committee meeting that resulted to us retaining the 27.5% for the interest rate. And that's not far-fetched because the Central Bank of Nigeria has been using this strategy a long time. And the last time we spoke to a stockbroker, he said this strategy of the CBN is more like, it's becoming a cliche because we're like, okay, the government or the CBN didn't actually tell the public if Nigeria's inflation is demand push or if it is cost push. If it's not telling Nigerians that way, probably by its own self, it had come to the position where it had determined it and they felt this is the right strategy to take. So, but the thing is curbing the supply of money going to curb inflation? Is curbing the supply, how much money we have in the system going to curb it? Is increasing the rate to borrow from other the commercial banks? Is it going to tighten the supply of money? And if it doesn't tighten the supply of money, do we consider the adverse effect that it will have on businesses? Because Nigeria has been adjudged by business pundits, that it is a terrain where it is quite difficult to do business because you're not getting free power sources. You need to buy fuel or diesel to power your generator to make sure you have power. And by doing that, speaking to some businessmen, they told me that, look, for a month, with the kind of business we run, I could be spending 30 million naira just powering my diesel engine. So if he says he's powering it for 30 million naira, how is he going to recoup that overhead? Then we can start now talking about profit. These are strong questions to answer, even though the recent policy by the Tinubu administration says, with regards to the tax reform, said that businesses that are getting returns that are less than 25 million naira will be exempted from that. However, let's still consider the overhead cost, because if that alone is expended on paying for power, how much are we going to have to pay for staff salaries and all other remuneration that accompanies it?
You know, one day we would have the opportunity of bringing Kadoso to come and answer these numerous questions. I remember last 2 years, so many international multinationals left the country, and that did not speak well for even the local business owners and investors in the country, because if the multinationals, I mean big brands that we grew up, knowing are leaving the country, and just like you rightly said, pundits, experts have said about this conducive environment to do business in Nigeria. So my first question, maybe when the guest comes in, is whenever the central bank, whenever they come out with these policies, the FEC and all that, do they get market surveys? Do they do research? Do they do they do research to know whether some of these policies actually work or not? Do they speak to not just big investors, the SMEs, have a meeting with them, roundtable with them? What is going on? How can we come in? Because just like you rightly said, by raising interest rates, how many people would want to do business? How many people would, if you go to banks these days, we've asked so many of our previous guests, how were you able to get loans? How were you able to get capital? And they always tell you that the banks are not always smiling.
Collateral.
The collateral and everything. So, I also we've spoken to different guests. We've asked about the anchor borrowers policy and all that. You know, it's a whole lot. I have a lot of questions for our guest that I think, hopefully he will be able to answer.
Okay. So, first of all, our focus today is in Nigeria. And we're looking at the capital market, we're looking at stock, and how even Nigerians who are not quite aware, who are oblivious to, whenever they hear the name stock, they're like, okay, it sounds like an esoteric term. It's meant for people in a different class of society. And sometimes having a conversation with Doc off screen, and he starts talking about some Nigerian business doing, owners of industries who are really big players. He said some of them, just by selling a few percentage of their shares in their company, will make 4 billion, 14 billion. And that comes an interest for an investment that he had embarked upon in stock for probably 10 years or 5 years back. And all of a sudden it has grown. So we begin to ask the questions, who are the people that make this kind of mind-boggling profits? Why can't we have one common man from somewhere who can make that kind of profit? And even when you speak to people on the streets and talk to them about stock, and they'll ask you, well, I think that is the preserve of those who live in skyscrapers, who are boardroom experts, who have the intelligence to decode or to be able to read the analysis and to explain the charts where the pendulum may swing. And so it is meant for them, and it is not meant for us. And whenever I hear that, it always bugged my heart to always want to enlighten them and probably bring a neutral person, like a guest, to come and speak to them about what stock is all about and how they themselves, irrespective of your class, you can make your own income from them. But I remember vividly the other day you were having a conversation with your guest and you talked about insider trading. Yes, please.
Insider trading. Yes. Now, it's quite interesting how sometimes when I look at insider trading, basically insider trading is if you have certain information. For instance, a company is about to acquire or another company, and it's set to increase in capital and all that, and you have that information, maybe the board of directors or someone inside that company gives you that information. And you buy into that stock. That's insider trading. Now, we have legal and illegal
insider trading.
Yes. You could have that information and report it to the SEC. That makes it legal. Yes, that's legal insider trading. So it's quite interesting why some people actually do this. They engage in this. I remember there was a lady, I'm trying to remember her name. She was indicted for insider trading, a very popular billionaire. She was indicted for insider trading and all that. But just like you rightly said, when people hear stock, they think it's for the elite, it's for that. But and recently the CBX scam that happened, it was because Nigerians, we like get-rich-quick schemes. Yes, in stock, there's short-term and there's long-term, but expert advice for long-term. Go for the long-term. Short-term, that means a day, 2 days, or a month. but it's a whole lot of stress. That means you really have to know the analysis, study the analysis. And also, we have the long-term and short-term investment in stock. But I think we need to start reframing our mind that there is benefit in long-term investment. Even me, we all like put small money, and by the end of the month,
give me big money.
Big money.
I don't think stock works that way.
Stock does.
Okay, so let me take your mind to what's currently happening now in Mr. Ibrahim Traore's country, that's Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso, yes.
And you know, they came in through the gun. They came into the saddle. They took over the reins of power through the gun. But one of the most interesting things I've heard about Burkina Faso is that they are embarking on building the country. We're speaking off camera yesterday, we were talking about the $8.9 million tomato paste factory that is being set up in that country.
Quite brilliant.
Quite brilliant, yes, because the country is known for its agricultural strength. Before now, they've been producing agriculture, they've been involved in agriculture, but the yields, the harvest from tomato, they call it the red gold, it's not been harnessed very well by the country. So, and since it's a perishable good, it falls by the wayside, and they lose lots of basket of that to perish, to spoil. So, but now they are building a factory that can, translate that into tomato paste. And when you look at Nigeria, Aliko Dangote and some other big doings of industry are manufacturing, giving us tomato paste in the country. So when I heard that, I'm saying, okay, when I take another look at it, it goes to banking. The country just established the first state-owned bank. Moving to infrastructure, they are building hospitals. They're building roads that could link and connect every nerve of the city to Abidjan, which is like a border away. So they are not just building the whole country, they are expanding and stretching, creating business entrails to their neighboring countries. And that is going to boost trade in that country. So the reason why I'm giving out this information is because I know Nigerians, we are risk takers. Not just Nigerians, other African countries too. We are risk takers, and we can just, take a flight down to Burkina Faso and invest in because some of these companies that are involved are going to be quoted, and the stock market in that country may just all of a sudden sprung up all of a sudden. And investing at this moment in time where these investments or these companies are sprung out of this new administration, even though it's a military administration, could be, could yield some form of profit to your pocket. Do remember that Just Africa and Souq News Television, we don't just bring you the news about business, economy, and development. We'll also bring you the news on how it can profit your pocket. That's just by the wayside. Yes.
I was going to mention, just like you are rightly, I wouldn't say, I want to use a better word than glorify.
That glorifies taking over the reins of power through the military.
Stock also, the stock market is also determined by a whole lot of things. Political instability is that, and knowing fully well, just like you rightly said, that he took over power, Traore took over power by using the gun. Power might be returned democratically. It might affect stock. So you also, in as much as we would also I'd like you to invest in that, you also need an analyst to study the market, capital market, study it well. Come rain, come sunshine. And that's one of the things about stockbrokers. You must be ready. You must have a very powerful shock absorber. So that when the rain comes, you just smile. I remember back then.
Even there could be trouble inside, but you're smiling on the outside.
Smile. So that's just it.
Do you say you wanted to mention a case? You remember someone experienced something during stock, and probably it didn't meet their expectation.
Well, I'm trying to remember that. I can't remember the person.
Okay, I have stories of some persons who have jumped into that, and their stories are not quite palatable. Not just to to bring disaffection or to create a bad impression. No. In business, there are risks.
Yes.
And every businessman are risk takers. And we will take the risk of going on a break right now. And when we come back, we will be involved deep into the conversation. We'll bring you the meat of the conversation. Don't go anywhere. It's Just Africa. We're reaching you live from Souq News Television. Just stay with us.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq Enlightenment.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, Environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. We're reaching you live from our studios at the commercial city of Lagos, Nigeria. Today in Just Africa, we are focusing on the biggest country and the biggest economy in Africa, and that's just truly Nigeria. We have been looking at the stock and the capital market. We have a guest. He's an expert in that field. He joins us live in the studio in Souq News Television. Is Kende Adeaga. Good morning to you and welcome to Just Africa.
Good morning. Thank you for bringing me in.
Very good.
It's my pleasure.
Very well. So our conversation has been stock market. And before you came on set, we've been telling Nigerians that we don't need to be afraid. Going there, people were making billions of naira. Sometimes you look at the budget or you look at some policies of government. Say the government is released 325 or 500 billion naira for stock exchange and stuff, and you hear things and I'm like, okay, who is going home with this kind of money? How can I come in and invest? So as someone who is in that system, first of all, from the onset, how can we give some form of enlightenment, or by way of enlightenment, how can you tell the one who is complete novice about this and how they can, more like introducing someone into the stock market?
All right, let me quickly correct an impression that the federal government give a budget to the stock exchange or whatever. It's not totally like that.
Okay.
The budget that is given from Ministry of Finance has to do with the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Great.
Because they are the ones that regulate the market. So Nigerian Stock Exchange is a self-regulated organization, because that's a platform under which listed equities are traded. So it is SEC that gets a budget. Even the budget they get is not as huge as we think it's like.
The SEC is also the regulator of the stock market.
What?
It's part of the regulators.
Stock Exchange?
Stock Exchange.
Stock Exchange is a self-regulated organization.
All right.
Because they use their platform. That's the platform that every listed company uses for their transaction.
Great.
So now, as a fresher, as a new investor in the market, the question will be, what do you want? How do you want it? When do you want to exit? If you are a fresher in the market, you must have a focus. You must have what you want, where you are going. For instance, some individuals, when they come into the market, what they are after is dividend and increasing their stake. And how do they increase their stake? By way of bonus and right issues. Bonus is when a company declares a bonus from their profitability. For instance, after every year, some companies give dividends, some don't give. Some give every year, year in, year out. Some kind of extend it to say, okay, this year we'll give, next year we may not give. Not that they don't have to give, but because they want to keep some for the purposes of the future, and because there is an agreement between the owners of the company and the shareholders. The shareholders are the owners. So they decide that to say, okay, we made this profit, why not keep part of this profit for future use? We don't want our dividend. It's an agreement. But in a situation where they don't have an agreement, the company have no choice other than to give dividend, except if the company is not making profit. But once they are making profit, the onus lies on them to give dividend, no matter how small that dividend may be. Now, a fresher comes in and says, okay, I want to extend my holding, my stake in that company. If a company gives dividends and bonus together, it means that individual is getting additional shares. For instance, if a company decides to say, okay, we are giving 2 for 1, meaning 2 shares for 1 shares ordinarily held.
Okay.
So within that year period. So now it's having 2 addition to that 1 he already had before, making 3. So it means he's kind of increasing his stake. Now the dividend, for instance, if the dividend is 50 kobo and the share price, current share price, maybe it's 10 naira, it means for every share such person is holding, is having a dividend of 50 kobo on it. So by the time you add all that together, it's an increase for such person. Whereas some people will come in and say, all I'm interested in is price appreciation. Meaning that if I buy a stock at 5 naira, I want to grow it to 15 naira before I exit, or I want to grow it to 10 naira before I exit. So such person will keep monitoring to see when it gets to that price level and he or she exits. It's not an easy thing for you to get price appreciation like that because it depends on market. Whatever thing that is happening around the market at that time will determine what price a stock will be. Again, if you are a high net worth individual, meaning you have so much money, you can determine the price of a stock. For instance, if I'm bringing, say, 100 million into the market, and I decide to say, okay, I just want to buy First Bank. I just want to buy a particular stock. And the price is, say, 10 naira. Current market price, 10 naira. And when I'm coming in with 100 million, I'll just tell my broker, look, I can't buy it for 10 naira. I can only buy it for 8 naira or 7 naira. The reason I'm doing that is because I have huge sums of money. And there are people who want to sell at that price. At every given time, there are people who want to sell either high or low. So if my broker is able to get somebody who wants to sell at the price I'm offering that I decided to buy, he buys for me. Then I go on like that. But if he doesn't get, my money is still with me, with the broker. Now, he will now tell me, by virtue of what is happening in the market, the likelihood of this price coming down is not there. So what that means is that I'm not the only one that has huge sums of money to want to buy the same stock. It means there are other people who want to buy, and because the demand and supply comes in, whereby there is high demand and the supply is low, the price will go up. But when the demand is low and the price is high, it will remain down. It's a case of demand and supply. So for anybody who wants to buy, you must know what you want to buy, at what price you want to buy it, and when do you want to buy it, so that you know when to exit in case there are crises or problems. We've seen cases where people, because of LC, somebody tells you, oh, I went into the market, I bought the stock for 10 naira, and today the price is 15 naira. You need to ask the person, how long were you in the market for you to determine whether
5 naira profit.
Whether there's a profit or not. Because some people will have been in the market for years. Not because they want to be there for years, but because that is the period they are targeting. You know, first and foremost, the market is a long-term market, give or take. So if you are coming in, you either decide to say, okay, I'm going for the long-term end of it, or the short-term end of it, or the medium-term end of it. So if you are going for the long-term end of it, it means you are willing to wait and stay to get the 3 benefits, which is dividend, bonus, and price appreciation.
Dividend, bonus, and price appreciation. Now, we are going to come back to that because I need you to explain those 3 types of benefits.
All right.
But let's go back to the novice again.
Okay.
He wants to come into the market. What are the signs
Okay.
to look out for to say, oh, great, I'm coming in, and these signs give positive outcome or positive analysis that I may get a profit?
Okay. First, stability of such company. It is not compulsory that a company make profit year in, year out. What is important is how stable is that company in terms of all the criteria, the profitability, the losses, and the dividends and whatever and then the management of such company. You can see a company having a management that is focused and is market-driven. That what they are looking at is, okay, we have 5 years, we want to make these huge sums of money. And they are working towards it. It's a gradual thing. And they are going like that. They are growing systematically. Now, if you are not careful, if you say, oh, I want to make quick money, you may jump into the wrong hand, into the wrong investment. How? The ones that can give you quick money will be the highly capitalized one. The prices are high. But if you are not careful, those who have larger money will drop the price before you know it. And you just discover that you have invested 1 million, and your 1 million has reduced to, say, 700,000 for 500,000. Simply because they who have huge money know where they're going, know when they want to exit. But you have just 1 million, you are looking at it that, okay, the price changed today. Tomorrow, the likelihood of the price. Let me give an instance. I bought one stock, a particular shares one time. Although that can be said to be an insider's trading.
Okay.
Insider's trading in the sense that I'm a journalist, so I look for information I get. So when I bought it when it was just 3 naira 50 kobo. And I waited. But my target was, once it gets to 10 naira, I'll sell off. Fortunately, the price keep going up. And it got to 15 naira. Good. When it got to 10 naira, I initially wanted to sell. But I had an information, privileged information. Oh, the company is going to do a bonus and what have you. And I said, this is a good time for me to take advantage of that bonus. So I waited. Before I knew it, the price went to 15 naira. And I sold. And it got to 15
from
naira.
3 naira
to 50
kobo to 15 naira.
How many years did that?
I think it was just a space of 2-3 years.
2-3 years?
Wow.
Yes. So I sold. When I sold, I didn't sell everything anyway. I sold part of it. The part I sold had given me the money I used, the initial capital that I used in the totality of what I bought. So I'm comfortable.
Yes.
Whether the price crashed or not, I've recovered my money. So that one that is left is the one that is just like what the local
reinvesting Jara. Okay, exactly.
You know, so I just left it like that, and suddenly the price started crashing to the point that it crashed to par. What we mean by par is the price at which it was listed, which was 50 kobo.
It crashed less than 50 kobo.
It crashed to 50 kobo.
To 50 kobo.
Yes. And so I was like, well, I haven't lost anything because at least I've made my initial capital. I've made additional stake.
Okay.
Because they gave a bonus. So that bonus is still part of what I'm making. So the dividend they gave to is there. So if at the end of the day I sell it at 50 kobo, right, I'm still going to make in the region of 10 to 15,000, which is okay with me. So I moved on. And as I speak with you, today, the price of that stock had been hovering between 2 naira to 250.
Oh.
This is, and this one is just a recent one because they have diversified into another thing.
Great.
So that information is what is giving some investors to come in. So, but if you don't have information, you can really go into the market. What is key in the market circle is information. And that's why we say you must have an essay. I mean, you must have information that can trigger up whatever thing you are buying or selling.
Yes.
So that is it.
All right. So I'd like to ask you a question still on this particular experience of yours. Right. Obviously, the terrain, the economy at that point when you are, first of all, when did you invest first? And secondly, how was the economy? Because, political instability, economic policies and all that, they also affect this stock. So comparing that time till now, would you say, what were the factors that influenced it from going from like 3 naira to 15 naira? Okay. And has it changed now?
Well, you see, for every moment, for every period, economy issues affect the market. Political issues affect the market. Policy affect the market. But how it affects the market differs. For instance, at that time, relatively, there was stability in the economy. And so that was the reason why the price was going up. Not that shares alone, not that company alone. There are other companies whose prices were just going up. Fluctuating up and down. So people sit by and watch what is the information about the market. Not the local market alone, the global market, because these are things that affect every market. Our market, the information in our market may affect the market in New York, in UK. Their own information may also affect us. Why? Because investors are all over the world, and they are doing their businesses in all the markets all over. So you see, if the policy in New York, in US, is not a very good one, you see a shift of investor into Nigeria, especially when they know that now there is security of their investment, and also the fact that, they could make something additional against what is happening in US. So they shift. The same way with UK and other markets. Now, if in their markets it turns around again, they will take their investment there. Because we have international investors who buy and sell from different parts. Now, all those buying and selling from different parts affects every market because they have interwoven now. They trade amongst themselves. In fact, as we speak, because you may be looking at the currency exchange and what have you, all that has been put aside. Now you can trade, somebody can be in US and trade in Nigeria.
Yes.
And the exchange rate will not have any issue with such person. Not because it shouldn't have, but because at the time he or she wants to buy, the price remains the same here. So not because of, the exchange rate is 1,006 something, and then for that reason, the price in the market is high. No. The market price is determined by the performance of every company and the information available about that company. So as we speak now, there is relative peace in our economy. There is relative peace politically. There is relative peace in the policy. So all these three will push the market up. And that is the reason why you see some prices of stock have been going up. Not because they had performed extremely well or whatever, but because of the environment, which has helped them to say, okay, this price, I looked at it, by next tomorrow, this is what the price will be. So, like somebody did say, it's a game of, it's a place of kalu kalu or whatever. It's not. It's not. That is the way some people see it, but it is not. You can only see it in that form when you have huge money, you just buy this, move to another one, buy this, move to another one, regardless of whether you have made profit or not. But I doubt if there's anybody who wants to go into the market without making profit.
Yes.
So now, as we speak, some prices are down compared to their performance. So it is better for an investor to take advantage of that now. But in taking advantage of that, you must know why you want to take advantage. You either want to make price appreciation, meaning that the price would have gone from 1 naira to 2 to 3 to 4 naira. You are getting price appreciation. But if you are looking at the dividend, you must be there before the closure of the register of the company. Otherwise, you will not be part of the dividend payouts when they want to pay. We are in the third quarter now. Some companies have released their full year results. Some have had their AGMs. Some are in the process of filing their full year reports. So all this information will trigger the price of such stock in the marketplace anytime.
Okay.
So for investors, all you needed to know is if a company is performing well, how do they deploy their funds? What are the things they are doing? There are some companies who support the financial inclusivity of the policy of the government.
Yes.
You already know that if that company is existing and on the floor of the exchange, possibility of their price moving up. Because it means that there will be more participants in such company. So you already plan your way around that company. Let's take the financial institution, for instance. Ordinarily, the insurance sector is supposed to be a sector that will be high in terms of price.
Yes.
But they are not. The reason being that they are not doing what they ought to do with the funds available with them. The funds available with them is just kept somewhere. Why? When you insure, you can only pay damages when there are problems.
Okay, problems.
Yes.
When there are no problems, it means that money you have insured is gone.
It's gone.
It's with the insurer. So that is the reason why in developed country, the insurance company are the ones that are making cool money over the banking sector. You know, they are both under financial
institutions.
Sector. So they are better off. But in Nigeria, the case is the other way around. Because there is no enlightenment, because there is no understanding of their workings.
Okay.
For instance, the bank these days, if a bank make a profit, people will say, this bank is big, this bank is that. If they make loss, they will say, they should close it up. Why are you asking for such bank to be closed up when it makes loss? But when it makes profit, you say, it's the best.
Bank. Okay, so let me come in here. Now, we are due for a break, but if you can quickly take care of these questions, let me put it 2 in 1 before we go to the next part of our conversation. That would be nice in just 2 minutes. Okay. The first one is this. You go back to those 3 types of profits that you will, so you can break it down and explain it to Nigerians and other Africans who are watching. Then for those, how can that average man go in? What are the processes that he needs to fulfill to go in? Who does he need to approach and all of that? Yes.
All right. The 3 profits or 3 benefits that I talked about, which is dividends, bonus, and price appreciation. The price appreciation has to do with when stock prices are moving up over the previous price on the floor. The dividend is the dividend paid out by company yearly. When they have made profit, they give out dividend. The bonus is some companies have a policy that every 2 years or every 3 years, we give a bonus. And so for you to be part of that bonus, your stock must be in the register. You wouldn't have sold. Because the moment you sell, you cannot benefit. It must still be within the register, the closure of the register. If after they had given bonus, you can sell, it means you have gotten the bonus and you are selling. So whatever thing you are selling, you are transferring to another person. And that person also will wait for another year for him or her to get the dividend or bonus.
Okay.
Now, the other question has to do with when a layman wants to come in, when can he come in? You can come in anytime, provided you know how much you want to bring in and how long you want to stay. If you want to stay for short term, you already know that what you are looking at is the price appreciation of that stock. If you are coming in for medium time, what you are looking for is price.
So who do they approach?
You approach a stockbroker.
Okay.
You
have access to a stockbroker.
There are stockbrokers all over the country. All you needed to do, if you are not too sure, you can access the exchange portal.
Okay.
You will see the list of stockbroking firms, and then you pick.
That are verified by government.
Not government, by the regulators.
By the regulators.
It is the regulator that verifies them, the Nigerian Stock Exchange, the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Okay.
So once they are on their portal, on their website, you can access them for any information. But in the case of doubt, when you are not too sure, approach the exchange to say you want to invest and you have seen lists of stockbroking firms, but you want one that they can vouch for. Of course, because they are listed under them, they will say they can vouch for all of them.
Yes.
But there are some who their integrity is not at stake, meaning that their word, naturally, the word of every broker is their bond. Their word is their bond.
Yes.
And so you can get access to any of the brokers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kendi Adiaga.
It's my pleasure.
Now, we're not done with the conversation. This is just part A of the conversation. We're going to break, and in this break, we'll be bringing you Cashcraft to join us again in a moment.
Welcome to Cashcraft, where opportunities meet insight. Today, we're journeying into the field of prosperity where towering oil palms wave not just leaves, but the promise of wealth. From the humid groves of Edo to the rich red earth of Delta, a quiet boom is unfolding. Dough has been there for many years, but we could take advantage of this. This is one opportunity that holds the key to food security, foreign exchange savings, and thousands of jobs. Yes, we're talking about palm oil, Africa's red gold. But how do you tap into this opportunity? What does it take to build a business around palm oil, from plantation to profit? Let's break it down, step by step. 1. Understand the landscape. The first step is knowledge. Nigeria's oil palm production has risen by over 41% in the past decades, from 8.2 million metric tons in 2014 to 11.6 million in 2023, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, with over 200 million mouths to feed and rising global demand, we are still importing palm oil to close the gap. That's your opportunity to become a local producer or processor. Step 2, choose your entry point. There are 3 main ways to enter into the palm oil value chain. Palm plantation farming. Cultivating your own palm trees is long-term but rewarding. Now you can look at processing. Buying palm fruits, popularly known as banga, I'm sure you know that, and converting it into oil with machines. That's another one. And trading. You can buy and sell finished oil in local or export markets. Each has different startup costs and time frames, so you must match your capital, patience, and passion. Before I go further, remember that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call that there are opportunities everywhere. Now let's go to step 3, get land or source supply. According to research, some initiatives like the Edo Oil Palm Development Program, EOPDP, and Delta State Delcom Scheme are making access to land to become easier. Findings shows that in Edo State, over 114,000 hectares have been allocated to both big and small investors, and over 65,000 hectares have already been accessed. In Delta, 130,000 hectares have been provided by communities under a cooperative model, with over 3,000 smallholders farmers already on board. Even if you can't own land, you can start small by sourcing fruit from cooperatives or leasing a small processing space. Of course you can. Now let's move to 4. Know the cost and time frame. It costs between $7,000 to $8,000 to cultivate 1 hectare of palm from nursery to maturity, but it takes about 3 to 4 years for the trees to start yielding. If you want quick returns, processing and trading may be better. You can buy a small-scale palm oil milling machines for 1.5 million to 3 million naira, or even less if you join a cooperative or lease. So let's go to step 5. Invest in knowledge and market access. Join farmer cooperatives like those in Delcom. They give access to training, markets, and funding. You can also link up with established companies like Presco and Okomo Oil. Yeah? I'm not marketing, but it's a way to tell you that, look, there are opportunities everywhere. All of these are listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. Step 6, think sustainability and value addition. Palm oil is not just for stew and soup. Yeah, think big. You can produce refined oil, cosmetics, biodiesel, and export-grade products. Investors are already joining this, and governments are backing it. You can do your research. There is also growing interest in eco-friendly farming and traceable supply chains. If you do it right, foreign buyers will come looking. Palm oil may have its controversies, but in Africa, especially in Nigeria, it is heritage, it is economy, it is future. The rise of Edo and Delta as palm oil giants is not just about hectares or harvest. It is about people creating jobs, reducing imports, and saving foreign exchange. If you are looking for a business with cheap roots and wide branches, palm oil may just be your calling. This has been Cashcraft, your guide to turning ideas into income. I am Grace Komalafe. Join us again next time, and remember, the ground beneath your feet might be your next big break. See you again.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. We still have Kende Adeaga in the studio. We've moved away from the first line of conversation, and we hope you got some value for that conversation. Now, recent development has it that the MPC meeting met by the CBN, and 27.5% increase still maintained by the Central Bank of Nigeria. So, Mr. Kende, what's the implication of this on Nigerian economy and Nigerian businesses and the investment climate?
Well, the implication of that is that there's relatively stability. You discover that in the time past, they have maintained this percentage. It means that there is relative stability in our economy, in our policy, in our political space. So it means for participants in that market space, the money market space, they are doing what is needful and what is expected. So it's a case of you make profit, I make profit.
Okay.
So no one is losing. Even the investors, they are not losing, in the sense that the percentage that the interest rate on their borrowed money is not as high above what they can accommodate.
Okay.
So it's a win-win situation for them. But if there had been an adjustment, either up above the current one, then we can say something is wrong somewhere. It then means that the participants are making more over the other stakeholder, which are the borrowers. But when they maintain a level, it means they have looked at all the parameters of the economy, and they have still seen that with this threshold, some people will still make additional profit in their business, and it's not going to be a hard knot on them.
Okay.
So, well, for me, I think it's a good one.
All right.
That they have maintained that threshold.
Okay.
Because if they had gone above that, then we would have had problem. Although it would be better if it had come down.
Yes.
So that those who are into other businesses, small and medium scale business, although those ones may not be too affected because they don't go to borrow such money. The money they borrow is not more than 100,000, 200,000 for small and medium scale businesses. But for those who are in large business, of course, the turnover for them too is high. So the percentage, the interest rate percentage is okay. But they can still come down.
Yes.
And I am sure government is looking into that. And the CBN too are looking into that. Because the CBN is, I would say, is a son or boy of the federal government. So they determine what happens. And they can only determine what happens when they look at what is happening in the economic space for them to be able to say, this is it. And that is why the banks also will take advantage of that to say, okay, we are good with this.
Great.
All right, so in signing out, one more question from the stock market. Off camera, we're talking about how someone made a certain amount of profit. So I would like to ask, in closing, what would you advise for Nigerians? Nigerians, we like quick money. That was what led to the CBEX scam.
Yeah.
Would you advise long-term or short-term profit? And when is exactly the time for those who want to do short-term, when do you think is the right time to withdraw or sell?
Okay. If you are a high net worth individual, I don't need to advise you about that. You know what to do. Because for that, you know what you are after is your profitability. And your profitability can only come in the price appreciation of stocks. But if you are low-end investor, what I will advise you is to go for the long term. Because in the long term, you make additional price, you make additional dividend, you make additional stake. That is, meaning that you have additional stake in the company. And so over time, you can also be a director. We have seen some investor who grew from nothing to becoming a director in a company. Once you have a 5%, 10% stake, you are automatically becoming a director of that company. So, and the only way they do that is to continue growing their stake. Once there is a right issue to say, okay, we are doing a right issue of this 2 for 1 or 1 for 3 or something, you go into it. When they are giving a bonus of 1 for 2 or 2 for 1 or 3 for 1, you go into it. For instance, there is a company in the past, they do 1 for 1 bonus, meaning that if you have 1 share, you have additional 1. So, but it affected them on the long run. It affected the company on the long run because everybody was now rushing to that company because they know that their investment is increasing.
It's increasing.
So at that point, when they saw what is happening, they had to come back to say, okay, we'll do 1 for 4. Meaning that if you have, 1 for 4. If you have 4 shares, you have additional 1 to add to it. So with that, they now stabilize their shareholding structure. Ordinarily, if they had gone with 1 for 1, they would have had more directors, and they cannot say no to them. Of course, the directors in the company, will also increase their stake. So it's better for a small earner, a small-scale person, to go into it for a long term end of it, so that give or take, you will be at advantage in whichever way. But then you must know that the long term does not mean 1 year, 2 years. It starts from, by my own standing, it starts from 5 years. Because some companies give the bonus in every 2 or 3 years. So if you must be part of it, it means you must be there. Once you have sold, you can't be. Like some people will say, if I have not sold, I'm making this. You are not making anything until when you have sold that you know that you have made this. Your stock price went from 10 naira to 15 naira, and you have not sold, and you are happy. No, it can crash the next day. So until when you have sold and the money is with you, that you know, ah, okay, I've made this. And so it's a case of buyers beware. And also the fact that the market is a market where everybody, no matter how small the amount you are bringing in, you can be a shareholder.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
And this is the right place for us to draw the curtain on the program. Mr. Kende Adeaga, thank you so much for your time with us this morning. It's been very, very valuable, productive, and beneficial, not only to us, but also to our viewers out there. This is where we draw the curtain on Just Africa, focusing on Nigeria, capital market, and the stock exchange. My name is Oyimpriye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
And I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on Souq News TV.
The Chief Executive Officer, Field Foundation. Please, can you please recognize that she's presently present. Please let the thanks get up for her. Thank you so much. Ushers, please are needing to be on standby to see many of my guests and not seated where they should be, so that let me do that. Alright. I think we have, I don't know if we have the founder of the Villas Transact. Yes. Okay. The Legal State Manager for Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDA, Dr. Oluwumi Odekaudu, still on his way. Mr. Tunji Open, co-founder of Get Funded Africa Technologies, still on his way. Dr. Itausa of SANAZE, that's the General Manager of Souq News. You are recognized as well. Mr. Shino Vanikeshi is here with us, the Managing Director of Gongzi Micro Insurance Bank. You're welcome. So, round of applause. Can you wave your hands so that we know you are here with us? Thank you so much. Please, ushers. Yes. Can you help me moving to its appropriate seat? Thank you so much. Mrs. Tino Olatunsin Ajayi, Asborn Ambassador, former President, Association of Professional Women Bankers. Alright, still on our way. Mr. Richard E. Monije, Regional Manager, Bank of Industry. You're most welcome. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir. Right, we're still expecting the representative from SON, NAFDAC, and the Raw Material Research and Development Council of Nigeria. we have the representative, please let us know. All right. Okay. I think it's safe to move on while we await other guests that need to take their seat here today. But meanwhile, while we do that, please let me at this point in time announce to us that this event once again is put together by ASBON, Association of Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Industry, Cooperative and Investment. And we are here today. It's going to be a record-breaking event for you. This is your first time. Please, this is your first time. Please, can you wave your hand? This is your first time. Oh, wow, we have first time nights here. Wow. Well, don't worry, we'll serve you a drink now. That's the first time, don't worry. And that's what we do in churches, yes or yes. And first timers, don't worry. Because because you get drink, you're not raising your hand. You didn't raise it before. Because you have to be entertained, there's no problem. Alright, everyone of us will be entertained here today. We have our sponsors and brand. Many of them. We have Zenith Bank, which is the complete sponsor, the platinum category, and of course, 7-Up would be company makers of Pepsi. And that's why you see Pepsi outside there. So please don't worry, you will be duly entertained. Bank of Industry, Adosa, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Souq News, God's American Insurance Company, the CRC Credit Bureau Limited, and of course, yes, these are some of our sponsors. And at this point in time, I think it's important that we know why we are doing this. For 5 consecutive years, this organization have ensured that this event is put together to celebrate stakeholders who are adding value to the small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and to shed more light to give us more insight as to why they've been consistent with this event. Please, I would like to invite no other person than the lead convener, the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, a great visionary, a great pathfinder. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Femi Egbesola. Please permit me to stand on existing protocols for the special mention of the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Banky Sowori, the Executive Governor of State Prince Dapò Abiodun CON, the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investments, Mrs. Olashade Amusu-Bidebe, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investments, States, Mr. Shofela and Bola, and other head of ministries, departments, and agencies represented are sure that are aware that the DG of FIRO being represented here. I will please have this stand up for recognition. Okay, thank you very much. That will fake me if I want to mention everybody that ought to be mentioned. Every one of us is important. I also like to thank very seriously the keynote speaker for today, David, before we have time to be here. And of course, our panelists, quite a number of them are already around. Thank you so much for being here today. The commissioner will soon be here to give a speech. But before then, we're going to go down to my speech, which is to give an opening address. So, on behalf of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative, Industry and Investments, I warmly welcome you to the Nigerian National MSME Business Awards. This is the 5th edition, and it is designed to celebrate, appreciate, and enablers and supporters of the MSME ecosystem. We have created a platform to say thank you for supporting us in all areas, institutions, governments, development partners, and the rest. And it is our desire to find a way to create a platform to recognize and appreciate. That's the essence of this award event. And at the same time, too, it's not just about appreciating them, it's about pushing them to do more. The award program is designed to say, please, we want you to do more. So today, it's not just about appreciating, it's about also encouraging them to support us to do more. We are kids, the MSN, we are kids. We need a push, we need a support. Everyone in the ecosystem can give to us. We also want to thank our sponsors that we have today all possible as all of us in this country. We have the sponsors, we also thank the media and of course every other person, including my own immediate community, as one man and women.
To the members of Osborne, I think they are by this side, right? Please celebrate them. Let's put our hands together for them. The drivers of the economy, yes or yes. I think you guys have a slogan, Osborne. Wow. Is that it? Can you get that? You love it. Wow. Amazing. Osborne. See, it's very important, especially the last one. You want to start now. Many ideas are probably died in the heads of the conceivers, like, I will start tomorrow. I have this idea, and yet you never had the opportunity to start. So it's very important. Start now. God bless you for consistently putting this together. You are indeed the drivers of the economy, and we celebrate what you are doing under the able leadership of the President, Dr. Femi Ekmeshola. Very energetic man. I don't know where he gets energy from. See, yesterday he was still reaching out, putting the dots on the I's, crossing the T's, ensuring everything is, on point. God bless you. I love your meticulousness. There's so much I'm learning from you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, on this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the 5th SME Business Award, National SME Business Award, put together by Osborne. We'll be inviting our key note speaker to speak to us at this point in time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is all the best in the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adenike Adeyemi. She will be speaking to us on sustainable business practices, the new competitive advantage for SMEs. A round of applause for her one more time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby. Great, thank you once again. I'm really delighted to be here at the 5th Nigerian National SME Business Awards. Very honored to be giving the keynote address. All protocols duly observed, and I stand on the existing protocols that were earlier on outlined. And hopefully our special guests coming, and I know that we time to acknowledge them once they come. I also would like to, I love the Osborne Start Small, Project Start Now. It's a very inspiring, but also very strategic slogan. And I think it speaks to the essence of what Osborne is, but also what Osborne should be, and the role that you play within the ecosystem. For me, whenever I come to events like this, the people who are very important to me as VIPs are those who are building businesses on different forms. You are my VIPs, you are the champions of our work in so many ways. You are the ones that hold our economies nationally, community-wise, locally. Nobody gets burdened like people that run businesses. I know recently we were talking a lot about emotional and mental health for business owners because they need it. Maybe even more than other people that do it. And I'm also happy to see that we have quite a lot of women here. No prejudice to our men, but to God. You're home builders, you're community builders, you're vision builders. So I want to especially acknowledge our MSMEs who are here in the room. So good morning once again, everyone.
Decision an MSME can actually take in view of the affordability of microinsurance, for them to adopt affordable microinsurance, for them to be as a means of risk management to protect themselves in the event that they experience shock. And of course, with as little as 1,500 naira, an MSME can actually be able to access to protect their means of livelihood. Or a minimum of 500 naira monthly premium payment. They will actually buy a health coverage, that will, of course, protect themselves, protect their staff, and member of household against issue of out-of-pocket, health services. And of course, an MSME with that same little money will also be able to access, some kind of insurance protection that will support the education of their children. All of these are very essential in terms of support the MSME needs. What we found mostly is that MSME are not able to adopt, the coping mechanism that MSME adopt are always very challenging. And most of the time, quite often than not, erodes their, small saving by having to deep hand into their, already existing asset or saving for them to actually meet some of these challenges. Thank you.
You'll be shocked to see that a lot of small businesses do not have access to data or do not make data-driven decisions that help their businesses perform, right? So to achieve continued success in a growing economy like Nigeria, small businesses need to focus on solutions that help them stay efficient.
We are very focused on sustainability because we understand that SMEs are the engines and the main focus of any economy in any nation. So why do we talk about sustainability? There are different ways of ensuring that there's sustainability through strategic programs that it does. In SMEDA, we have various programs that are focused towards the whole MSMEs. Then we are also gender-centric and we focus on those that are mainly meant for women and youths. Some of the programs we have about 15 programs off the top of my head. We have some that are focused on those in agriculture, the textile and the likes of them. For example, we have the YSP, which is Women in Self-Employment Program, which is focusing on women that are working for themselves and trying to thrive. So we always try to identify all these businesses and look at how we can have a strategic partnership within the ecosystem and build sustainability. Thank you.
Some time ago, I was in Kigali and we were having a conversation and somebody said something that was quite very traumatic for me as a person. And he said there are two nations on earth that are very passionate about telling how bad that they are. And those nations are Nigeria and South Africa. So we tell it with very serious energy. And what picture does this paint out there is that nothing good is happening here. And so people are not even willing to come around to say want to do business because the way the media is structured in Nigeria only tells the bad news. We have data about things that are not working. We have data about things that are so bad. But on the good side of the country, nobody is telling it. And this is the challenge that, of course, the country is facing. So when people are thinking about Nigeria, the things that they can easily think about are the things that are not working. And this was a challenge for us. And so in 2022, we were in the UAE, and we saw the way the environment was working. It's not as if the things that are happening there, we don't have them here. But the way they are positioned in the media makes everybody want to do business with them. So we decided to also come back home and see how we can position media differently in Nigeria. That we're not just going to be talking about politicians, how much money is embezzled, but we also need to talk about the good things that are happening within the business environment. There are a lot of people who are doing excellently well. There's one woman selling amala there, is training their children overseas. Nobody is giving them the platform to talk. So Souq News came into existence to give platform to businesses, small and medium scale businesses, voices in Africa, so that people all over the world can see what we're doing, see your visibility, support your project, and then of course you can also become a global champion.
Walk around, you see people
doing great things, doing business, but if you ask them if they have their business registration, you discover that some of them been doing business for a long time, for some of them 10, 15 years, and they don't have business registration. Some of them, they don't even have business accounts registered in the business name, or they operate these businesses practically in their own name, and this is part of the challenges that they face in accessing finance as another challenge. Because as part of the challenges that you occur when you don't have a business properly structured, access to finance also becomes a challenge for you, as you do not have credit history developed over time for people to make informed decisions on whether they want to partner with you or not. So these are part of the challenges that small businesses face in developing their businesses. Thank you.
What we have done is to actually connect financial access to digital inclusion, right? By providing the opportunity for SMEs based on, like you mentioned something about credit score and sensing as well, based on their credit score, their record keeping, and their transaction history, to be able to access some type of funding. Right, so what did I put out to mention? Right, so there's money that's accessible single digits, ranging from about 7% to 3%, starting from as low as 100,000 up to 5 million. And the best part about it is that this product initially is free to the SME. All they need to do is to register. It's called the Divide. They're able to establish their online presence. Photographers, barbers, small shop owners. There's no reason why they can't use technology, right, to actually formalize their business and be able to create that history, to be able to access funding that is available to them. By becoming more organized, more productive, and also more effective. So, as people in finance know, it's about following the money. Usually there's criteria that is set out, and this criteria, just like he said as well, it requires certain things like coming to the formal economy, right? Taxes, business name, having a bank account. I used to have a tailor that started from absolutely zero, right? He built his business such that he had like a bungalow in front and back, several staff. When you want to pay him money, he business with a private account. Doesn't make any sense. And he's actually well spoken, better spoken than I am. So until SMEs can actually understand that it's about criteria, right? And it's not free money. They have to follow a process to meet these criteria. Then they continue to laugh. I've been in a session with the Marine Director here at the stakeholders meeting where some of the SME associations are complaining to, I won't mention development bank institution, that you're saying you have 5 billion, you're saying you have 10 billion, but only 5 members have collected this money. And the representative told them that, look, there is criteria. Some of you know this criteria, you're not of that. Some of you are just too disorganized. Some of you actually qualify, but you just don't want to put yourselves in a position where you can access this money.
But I would like you to tell us, there might be 5 business plans on the table. Yeah. What makes one better than the other? What are the key things as a lender that you would look for?
So, we mentioned financial discipline is one. I'm looking at for example, the requirement that you mentioned are part of the document that was submitted to me and part of the business plan. But in reviewing all these documents, I'm looking at the financial discipline amongst all of them. Who amongst all of them is disciplined enough to? Because it shows, as you are modeling this document, it shows the plan.
What's discipline? Retaining funds or less expenditure?
No, it depends. It depends. For some businesses, it depends on the nature of business anyway. No one size fits all.
Correct, but usually what are the things? It's just different sectors.
Like generally, you look at how you leverage expenses, right? What do you spend your money on? Basically, it shows in the business how you expend from your business. Do you use it to solve personal problems as against destroying family businesses?
I think content they say today is king in the media. What we're doing today is that nobody's creating content for you, you're actually creating your own content. Take for example, you produce granite and you're showing on your mobile phone, for example, the process that you take to produce this granite has come to the market, and people are looking at it and they say, oh, how hygienic that you are. You're not just buying something because you also find it Because there are too many narratives in the social media. For example, today, people believe that there are some certain things that want to buy chips on the road and say, oh, they are using chemical to produce it. Now, this discourages a lot of people from participating. But if you create content to show, for example, from your oil, how it's genuine.
Social media.
Social media, yes, of course.
Maybe to get a
yes,
professional to do it, or it's something that they can do, or there are courses.
Of course, the mobile phone is a television house today, really. So you may not even name a media house, for example, and you put them together on either your Instagram or your Facebook, and the word can say it, and it gets viral, especially when the story that you are telling is so touching and has a human angle to it. And what I'm saying is that, yes, for those who are big, yes, you can have somebody who is your media strategist, is going to help you design content and invest so much on it, but as a small business, you can actually create your content with your mobile phone. And most of the content that you see today that actually go viral are done on mobile phone, not on the big cameras that, of course, the medias are carrying. But what we can only do is to validate some of all this story when we also give you the platform to tell the story, and then, of course, we help you distribute to wider audiences. There are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of softwares that are available today in the space. Some of them are free, some of the lessons you can actually get. For example, if you download a Canva, for example, on your phone, it can help you aggregate your photos, your videos within your phone and produce a content. There are AI-powered tools today you find on the app. Before now, when, of course, as a radio station, you want to produce your ident, you need somebody to come voice from it. Today, there are AIs who does that free for you. And those facilities are available, and of course, businesses can leverage it to actually tell their story.
Okay, so how you now be helping small businesses today? We're doing it in 4 ways. The very first thing is we're helping businesses manage their transactions. And I talked about the efficiency in the first place, right? We are managing transactions by ensuring efficiency, automating certain things that you need to do, so that small businesses can focus on producing whether your product or creating your design as a service provider. As a result of those transactions, we are also using that to build credit profiles for small businesses. Credit profiling is a big issue in Nigeria and Africa today. Right? There was a publication outside recently that the CBN have confirmed that businesses can now have transaction histories passed along with banks, which is a great thing because it has been a major problem till date. Right? So that's how we're solving that particular part. And another thing is we're providing financial insights. Please take note, I didn't say data. Data is the raw form, right? Like I give an example within the team. I say data is your road, your pepper. Insight is the soup, right? It's the useful form of it, right? Because a lot of businesses have a lot of data, right? But they don't know how to make use of it. So we provide financial insights that you can actually use to make data-driven decisions to achieve continued success. And the last thing is, which we know is super important for businesses, is investment opportunities, right? How do people access investment opportunities? Because a lot of small businesses have stash cash that they're not using. Now, bordering on efficiency, how do they make efficient use of money that they're not using to run their business daily? And I'll border on one more thing, which is payments that you talked about. So, in the digital world of today, security is a major issue. And how we're solving that is by ensuring that people or businesses have seamless and secure transactions every day. We have stuff like escrow. I'm sure a number of us must have heard of it. And escrow basically means that there is a middleman that collects the money when two people want to transact. Then after the transaction is done, we pass it to who's supposed to receive it. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of satisfied businesses growing daily based on that.
MSME is the issue of accessibility to finance. And one of our flagship products, which I think I need to talk about here, is a product that actually helps to support, micro and small scale business owner to be able to repay a loan. Giving them, some kind of guarantee or support, through microfinance bank, microfinance institution, cooperative society, and all of that. I sometimes wonder each time I listen to institutions that are doing lending, talking about collateral. They are actually an insurance product that can actually help support an MSP to see them through the period of that loan and then able to repay their loan. And what we do therefore with that product is that we support lending institutions, we support cooperative society, all of the institutions are involved in lending, so that we can support them, provide some kind of insurance that can see the customer through the period of that loan and then able to help them repay in case they fall into any challenges and they do not have the ability to repay the loan. Our product also, like I said, earlier on, cut across virtually. Even a keke napep driver can actually have access to a full form of insurance. And then going to your question, one of the some of the major challenges, and I'm actually going to talk about just 3 of them. One of the major challenges, which of course, both from the supply and the demand side, is the issue of awareness. When you talk about awareness of insurance today, many people would say they don't know even micro, and that's why I started earlier on speaking about what microinsurance is actually all about. Awareness is still not, we have the fault, some of us who are the operator. Most of our strategy are, most times killed to the above the line customer. I mean the literate and the major organization and all of that. I think we need to readdress our strategy to ensure that it also addresses some of those, the BTL, that's the below the line kinds of customer, where we have quite a number of MSME. And of course also the issue of public trust and negative perception is still very much there in insurance. A lot of people still, even though there have been a lot of improvement, a lot of people still feel insurance, they do not trust the insurance company to be able to pay to pay their claim. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually been made in that regard. There are regulatory supervision these days that ensures that when an insurance company takes your risk, they must fulfill the obligation of paying claim. And should they fail to do that, there are sanctions that goes with that. And then thirdly, the issue of God forbid. I know, that's culture and of course religious belief. When you talk about, most of the time when representative goes out to go and talk about insurance, the moment he mentions death or anything, or disability that could, be a form of insurance coverage, they say God forbid. So there are a lot of God forbid, and people most times do not want to actually listen to insurance companies. People pick the product before they stop them from having. I do believe that if we are able to address some of these things, if we have opportunity and the kind of collaboration that we do, especially with the like of Asborn, where we talk to their representative about insurance as we are doing today, many people will actually see the benefit of insurance and then be able to take on a product that will help them remain resilient and sustainable into the future. Thank you.
My apologies for coming late, but Lagos is very big. So, but I'm nevertheless delighted to be here, and all the more so. I'm happy that I also got here in time to listen to some of the very insightful dialogue on the just concluded panel. That was really very good. I'm here to deliver the Executive Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu's speech, and goodwill and thank you, appreciative comments by the Special Advisor, Deputy Director General, Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and my dear sister, Ms. Shola Arubieke. Representatives of the commerce, representatives, obviously myself, my colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, all here. Applaud them now. The Director General, Federal Research Institute Oshodi, FIRO, Mr. Lawal Adekunle. The President and convener here today of the Association of Small Businesses in Nigeria, Asborn, Dr. Femi Egeshola. Representatives of governments here present, leaders of business membership organizations here present, esteemed members of the panel of discussion, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The acceptance speech by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I am truly honored and humbled to accept the esteemed award for the most supportive governor for MSMEs in Nigeria from the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON. I commend ASBON's leadership for their unwavering commitment to the MSME community and for tirelessly advocating for small businesses throughout our country. I dedicate this recognition to the hard-working people of Lagos State, especially our enterprising MSME community, whose resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit drive our economy. From the beginning of our administration, we've understood just how important micro, small, and medium enterprises are in fueling economic growth, creating jobs, sparking innovation, and alleviating poverty. To create a greater Lagos, it was clear, and it is clear, that empowering our MSMEs, the true engines of grassroots development, is essential. Our firm commitment to supporting small businesses is evident in our policies and initiatives, which include expanding the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSTEF, providing billions of naira in loans and grants to MSMEs across various sectors, making it easier for them to access affordable funding and grow their businesses, launching the post-COVID-19 Lagos MSME Recovery Fund, which delivered essential relief to businesses hit hard by the pandemic, investing in enterprise hubs, business clinics, and industrial parks to foster environments where businesses can really flourish. Strengthening market access through initiatives like the Lagos State MSME Trade Fairs, the MSME Digital Marketplace, and forming strategic partnerships with private sector players. Facilitating capacity building training and mentorship programs in collaboration with local and international partners, helping MSME operators gain the skills they need for the digitized world. Inaugurating the Lagos State Council on MSMEs to create a coordinated platform for policy development, advocacy, and support for small businesses. Simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative, MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women, and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening, to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to ASBON for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud him. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated, and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu.
Yes, kindly put the award. Please come on, come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Yes. Now let them know so that they can continue to. All right, please take the award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigerian National to present to you, on behalf of ASBON, the Nigerian National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Siad Madu, the Managing Director of 7up Public Company.
Please look at the camera. And so the next award.
Give me the mic, I will not let it go, by the way. Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Together we make a better Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly Governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Rubieke. Please come up, and Dr. Femi Egbe-Shola presenting this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Nigerian National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
I'm delighted to accept this on behalf of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce, and we all work together. So it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
The Executive Governor of Ogun State, for the award of the Best Governor in Enterprise and Investment Promotion in Nigeria.
So it's an honor to present to you SME Hero in Public Service, the winner, Ms. Shola Rubieke.
Investment Agency in Nigeria State category. And the winner is Ogun State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency.
For small business growth in Nigeria. The winner is Mr. Adeola Emmanuel Sofela. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, I'd like to present this SME Microinsurance Company of the Year Award to the winner, Souq Microinsurance Company Limited. Congratulations.
Right, let me
On behalf of the National SME Business Award, the year 2025, we are presenting you SME-centric television station of the year 2025. Winner, of course, is Souq New Television. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Awards, year 2025, the first SME Man of the Year, and the winner is Anasta.
On behalf of ASBON, I present to you this Nigeria National SME Business Awards year 2025 as the winner for Customer Choice Innovation in Business Management. Congratulations.
Are you a line of business in need of support? Visit www.asbon.org and register for free under the Nano Free membership portal today.
Join us and make a difference. Together, we can build a thriving future for Nigeria. So, to be part of the Asbon Collective Impact Initiative, please call 091-191-69773 or send an email to asboncollectiveimpact@gmail.com.
Or donate to Fidelity Bank account 5600189903.
Let's join hands to empower dreams, build businesses, and transform Nigeria together. Your support, their growth, our future.
So that's it. Let's have a cake. Yeah, that's the cake stand. Let's be at the center here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm
not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story. They introduced me as the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company, but I am the MD of 7-Up Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face and say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck, this is determination, this is sweat, this is 24 hours work. Now why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because we are like, SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, then we become children, then we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was under shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years, getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it was real suffering? Who better than Nigerians that I should give that back? I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country, and paying back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is, how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle, based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs, where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. Whatever people tell you, sometimes I get offended by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck you are not beggars, guys? Without money, with small money, if you will have a great idea, you will get the money. Whether from BOI or from a grant or from a bank. If you have a great idea, you can do it. So, the objective is not to make you better SMEs. The objective is to take you out of the SME space and go into the larger mega companies. You might say, yeah, this is the MD of the 7-Up, he can give us lots of grammar. But we have a 90% success rate with companies that are determined to succeed. A company called Mamalicious, I don't know who knows it here, they started with us a year ago with 20 million naira of revenue. Today they are making 2.2 billion naira. 2.2 billion naira. We have companies, small companies dealing with fufu, with gari, they are most interesting, but now they are repositioning all this and growing their business significantly. I'm not promoting SME scale-up because it's not for profit. So all the attendance, anything is for free. People come, attend, we guide them, they can come meet with me anytime. Only one condition, they must be determined to go out of SME space within 6 months. And this is what we are aiming for. So if you have the idea, if you have the passion, you are welcome to join us. Nothing to be paid. So, just get out of the concept that you believe you are small. Believe you are big, and there are lots of people that will help you grow there, but you have to do it. People will be there to just help you and guide you. Thank you very much, guys. It was a pleasure.
Nano entrepreneurs makes about 85.5% of the total MSME ecosystem, meaning that we have 32.86 million MSMEs, but which are nano. And you begin to wonder, who are the nanos? Who do we refer to as nanos? These are small businesses, very small businesses, the solopreneurs that most often are being run by one person, one man, one woman, and then they hardly have to run. According to Sweden, their total turnover is always between 50,000 and 300,000 naira per annum. You can say they are unique nano. This particular concept of part of the ecosystem are not registered. Many of them are structured. They do not have access to funding, and they find it difficult to scale. So for us, we believe that for the country to succeed, it is important for every one of us in the ecosystem to focus more on the nano part of the ecosystem. And that's what we have done in ASPA. We decided that we are focusing on nano, and we take it as a decision, a strategic decision from January this year. We've been able to go to a number of markets, and what we do when we go to this market is to identify these nano entrepreneurs, see how we can uphold them. We also provide them funding, we have provided mentoring, and we support their business to scale. We also ensure that their businesses are insured. So we are now working with Groups Microfinance, Microinsurance, to ensure that they are insured in case of shocks. This will help them to sustain their business and to be able to grow and scale. In between January and now, we've been able to impact 287 different nanopreneurs. Today we invited about 10 of them to come from different sections, from Yanopaja, from Oba, from Ikeja, from Shomolu and the rest. Can you please stand up for recognition, our nanos? Can you stand up for recognition? Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you so much for coming. But the question is, can we do this alone? The answer is a capital no. It's a project we cannot do alone. We want to continue to ensure that they get the support they need. And for that to be sustained, we need government to support us, we need corporate organizations like yours to support us, we need individuals to support us. There are so many platforms that we can use to support us to keep the initiative rolling. One of such is identifying those nanos in your area and deciding to impact them through us. Could it be that there are some other people in your church, in your mosque, in your street, or all of that, and you feel that there's need to raise them up, lift them up? Why don't you partner with Hasbro and see how we can support this? I told you I'm not going to be spending more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to watch this video. It's less than a minute. Can we have the video? We're going to watch the video less than a minute, and I will be off here. Thank you for your listening and attention. We are going to cut a cake to officially launch the Nano initiative right after the video. I am sure that with your permission, we will request that the commissioner help us to take pictures after the cutting of the cake. Can we have the cake on the stage, please?
The DJ representative, please join us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be very fast. I would like to, first and foremost, can we give Asbon an outstanding round of applause? This is an incredibly impactful initiative and one that actually affects the masses. And for that, I commend you. And that's one of the reasons I stayed, because I was listening to what you were saying. And quite frankly, this is the core mandate of the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. So on that note, and on behalf of all of everyone here on the stage here today, I will say, and may everyone, every business, I like that term, I'm going to be using it, solopreneur, continue to thrive and evolve into an entrepreneur. And on that note, can I say, after 3, shall we say after 3? Can we all say Asbon? On that note, or after 3, can we all shout? I haven't said 3 yet. 1, 2, 3.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics, that we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by, leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Gibo Shinawo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that it is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. Don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos. It's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, no confidence in the test. ACTs are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria. In the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare sector, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. I will bring in this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for human. Next slide. And what is learned? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next month. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping and assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we are to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venom, the CEO, MyShemeds. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Dr. Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Volta. Vicky, we're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Okay, Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. We cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salapo. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, they will say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the Coordinating Minister for Health and Social Welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency, the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic, costed plan of action, the expansion of primary healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testaments to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Souq, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. I'm pleased to say that, Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the excellent Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Negative. prevalence of malaria in Lagos has been charted course to free elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Souq. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization programs. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this.
We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine in Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Martina, because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Martina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time, you can actually, that's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and the resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, he told us from WHO that it's 2025, they are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was, they're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take it. We'll meet the criteria malaria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. You know, I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month, basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall Metz, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as the permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very big hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, the fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's nothing that's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Dr.
She thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was between her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Ignition and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo hub.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party, and Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing I'm saying, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of these state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, you know, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? You know, and in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. You know, it's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary, But the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, stools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary. Even people in their corporate organization, they deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in the city of Lagos. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Now, President Bola Tinubu is set to receive a fresh ministerial performance report as he approaches his second year in office. The report, prepared by the Central Delivery Coordinating Unit, evaluates the performance of federal ministries for the first quarter of 2025 based on the specific deliverables each ministry committed to in the previous year. Headed by Adiza Bala Usman, the unit has reviewed projects and policies submitted by each ministry and assigned scores based on results. Some top-performing ministries are said to have scored above average, but sources confirm many others performed poorly, putting them under renewed scrutiny. While no immediate sackings are expected, the report will guide one-on-one reviews with ministers and may inform a future cabinet reshuffle. President Tinubu has consistently maintained that only performance will guarantee any minister's seat at the table. Opposition parties, including the PDP, NNPP, and Labour Party, have criticized the administration's track record, pointing to rising insecurity, economic hardship, and weak leadership as reasons to shake up the cabinet. Nigeria is stepping up efforts to tackle food insecurity and land degradation through an ambitious rainwater harvesting drive. The move is part of the World Bank-backed Agro-Climatic Resilience in Semi-Arid Landscapes project, a $500 million initiative launched in 2021 to restore degraded land and support climate-resilient farming, especially across the 19 northern states. Environment Minister Balarabe Lawal said that capturing flood water will help farmers plant all year round, reduce reliance on rain-fed farming, and restore degraded forests. So far, 200,000 hectares have been reclaimed. Officials said the project, which aligns with President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, is laying the groundwork for stronger food systems and improved livelihoods. Now, a civic tech group budget is raising alarm over what it called questionable project insertions worth 6.93 trillion naira into the 2025 budget. The national budget by the National Assembly, the organization claims that over 11,000 projects were inserted by lawmakers, many of which, it says, lack proper justification and do not align with national development priorities. Budget also alleges that nearly 40% of the projects were allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture alone, inflating its capital budget by over 700%. In a detailed statement, the group describes the move as abuse of the budget process and a diversion of public funds for political gain. It calls on the presidency and anti-corruption agencies to take urgent action, but the National Assembly has rejected the allegations. Lawmakers insist they have the constitutional powers to amend the budget, including adding or removing projects. Senators and representatives said the claims show ignorance of the legislative process, stressing that the inserted projects reflect the needs of Nigerians as identified during the budget defense sessions with government agencies. Budget, however, maintains its stance, urging reforms to ensure transparency and accountability in the budgeting process. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has retained all key money policy parameters, including the interest rate at 27.50% following its Monetary Policy Committee meeting, which held on Monday, 19th and 20th of May 2025. Governor Olayemi Cardoso announced the decisions, noting that the committee continues focusing on curbing inflation while supporting economic stability. Others retained parameters include the cash reserve ratio for deposit money banks at 50%, the merchant banks at 16%, and the liquidity ratio at 30%. Cardoso referenced the April inflation report from the National Bureau of Statistics, which showed a decline in headline inflation to 23.71% and a moderation in food inflation to 21.26%. Despite a slight improvement, the committee flagged persistent inflationary pressures from electricity costs, foreign exchange demands, and structural issues. Cardoso urged sustained reforms and security efforts to improve food supply and boost domestic production, which remained central to achieving long-term economic stability. Now, crude oil prices jumped nearly 2% on Wednesday after reports emerged that United States intelligence suggested Israel was preparing a strike on Iranian nuclear sites. The news has intensified fears of a broader conflict in the Middle East, adding a risk premium to oil markets. West Texas Intermediate rose to 63.22% United States dollar per barrel, while Brent crude climbed to 66.56 United States dollar. Despite the geopolitical tensions, Asian equities showed resilience. Markets in Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Seoul extended gains from the previous day, driven by optimism over improving the trade talks between China and the United States. However, relations took a hit as Beijing condemned Washington's continued restrictions on semiconductor exports, vowing countermeasures. Analysts says investors are balancing geopolitical risks with caution, optimism over the trade and monetary policy. While crude prices have surged above 15% this month, the Federal Reserve has signaled that interest rate cuts are unlikely in the near term due to inflation concerns tied to tariffs and proposed tax policies. Now, President Donald Trump has unveiled a $175 billion missile defense initiative called the Golden Dome, setting a 3-year deadline for completion. The system, modeled after Israel's Iron Dome, aims to shield the United States from long-range threats and will be led by General Michael Gultin of the United States Space Force. Donald Trump said $25 billion will be sourced from a pending spending and tax reform bill, and major defense contractors and tech firms, including Elon Musk's SpaceX, are already pitching to build the ambitious project. The Pentagon has presented multiple development options, but the administration has yet to confirm a final design. Despite enthusiasm from industry leaders, experts question the timeline and whether the systems can cover a country of the United States' size and complexity. Canada has shown interest in joining the project, potentially expanding the market and scope of the Golden Dome. Talks between Canadian and American officials are ongoing, focusing on strengthening the North American Aerospace Defense Command and broader security ties. Many thanks for watching. Now do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Coming up shortly is Souq News Business Landscape. Stay with us.
Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd, a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
bank was totally gone. So there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said, we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other. And I'm happy that many years down the line, we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired the distressed financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite is, I think I would say that I like to jog on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the backyard. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna and Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Hello and welcome to SBL, hashtag SBL. To everyone out there, this is Souq Business Landscape. I want to start in this light. I want to first say thank you to everyone behind the cameras for everything you get to see happening here. Some people spend sleepless nights and get to qualify it and make sure that we come out this beautiful. So first I want to say thank you to Grace, thank you to Gladys, thank you to Sam, thank you to Godson. Yes, you heard me right. To Fortune, I want to say thank you very much. And for those within the studio that point and direct us, hey, some of them happen to be angels. You get to hear names like Emmanuel, you get to hear Austin. You get to hear the big one of them, our able director, Gabriel. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to every other camera person that has been very nice to us and make sure we come out good and making sure we serve you this daily staple. Thank you. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks, and today we'll be looking at major stories that is not just affecting Africa or Nigeria, but also shaping global politics, economies, and development. Today, we will be looking at asset recovery. That is not coming out right the way we want it to be. But federal government of Nigeria has listed some forfeited properties in Abuja, and this will be going on sale. We'll get to talk about it, who it came from, how it will go on sale, and how you can be part of that. We'll also talk about the story that's happening right now. The stock exchange, the Nigerian stock exchange has rebounded in the last 7 days, and some very good news is coming out from there. So stay there, don't go anywhere. Then what's happening in energy? Iran is also in the news again. And oil prices are going up. I want to say surge, but no, it's not as fast as we here in Nigeria we want it to be, but at least it's gaining some traction. Then we'll end with tech. Tech, not as tech as you understand it. Tech as in defense, military spending, thanks to Trump. A budget of almost half of African countries is being spent on a dome defense plan. We're going to talk about that and how it affects us. So don't go anywhere. I'll get to introduce the full plate and those within this particular place. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have to take a good breath and tell you that I am not alone, but the best set of distinguished gentlemen are seated by my right and by my left. So join me as I welcome on this full platter today. Olumide, welcome to SBL.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm Olumide Shukoya.
You're welcome. Then I also have the one and only Moyo Lagos.
Always a pleasure to be here. I'm Moyo Soria Debi. Thank you so much for having me.
And I have Priye. By the way, Priye is just hold on for it. Priye, go ahead.
Thank you, Chooks. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. I don't know what Chooks want to say about me, but please, be mindful of what you take in, but I'm sure he's going to give you the best.
Just know that you have to stay tuned to get and know the full gist of it. Now, let's go straight to what is happening. Straight to our first story of the day. I also forgot to mention Chike. Chike is here, yes. So don't forget that. So Chike is making sure we get the full gist of this day. So our first story is that of asset recovery. The government has listed forfeited buildings in Abuja, and that particular story is one that, well, it bites us somehow, it hits us somehow. And we get to ask ourselves, when exactly are this kind of stories going to stop? But till then, we will just keep looking and try our best. Now, for those that are wondering, what are we talking about? There are 720 estates that came from the past central bank governor, and this particular building had to be forfeited. EFCC has handed that particular estate over to the Ministry of Housing Development. The Development Ministry has come out to say that we are putting this on sale and Nigerians can have a go at it in an auction. That particular auction is going to come through the website of the Renewed Hope, and they are telling you that either you buy or some of it will also be reserved for government use. So we don't have an issue with it, but let's talk about this issue. Your Excellencies, 720 from one person. Let's leave the corruption part of it. Now, should they sell?
Should they sell it?
Should they sell? Should they auction? Should government keep? What's the best use that we can? This is government property right now. So what should be the best use of it? Let me start from here.
Well, 753 units.
753 units.
First of all,
I missed out 33 units.
I first imagine how one person would acquire this amount of property, but that's another story for another day. Well, I'm not opposing them selling it to the public because it would also boost the real estate market. It's just how it is being done, coordination, management. I know of the recent one that was done in Lagos. Krumale and I were having a chat, off camera, and he was talking about how he wanted to make purchases of cars, but the car he had been dreaming to buy.
Who was selling?
Lagos State government.
Okay.
They were auctioning cars and all that. So the car he was dreaming to buy was not available. So I hope that will not happen this time around. Let it just be made transparent as they have, assured us. So I think it's good.
It's good.
Government keeping it well. It's government. They can build, they can acquire, they can buy. But let it go back to the people. It was actually stolen from the people. So let it go back to the people.
Okay, now it was actually stolen from the people, so let it go back to the people. Let them sell. Now, how do we get to monitor and see that it's an open auction?
Again, that's the thing. That's why we always talk about transparency. And one of my fears is always that these things get politicized, and we don't.
When we say these things, be specific. We're talking about
issues like this. Now, when you recover,
talk about the issue.
Recover assets,
Specific issue.
The 753 housing unit estate that was recovered from Godwin Emefiele. You want me to go into that?
Exactly. Let's hold on.
So I'm just saying that things of this nature, there's no transparency around them most of the time, and we need that, right? So
this is renewed hope agenda.
The portal, there's a portal you can get all the information now, which is a good thing actually.
Okay.
At least now we know that we can go to somewhere and see, transparent information on how the process is, what people are even buying, the prices, that people are buying, and also we have to also ensure that it's not one man, no man thing.
Kind of bidding.
Kind of bidding
open to all?
It has to be open to all.
Okay.
That's what the transfer. If it's not, then there's a systemic problem when it comes to the forfeiture, assets recovery and forfeiture situation. So it has to be transparent. It must not be politicized. And I think the Renewed Hope portal is a good development. At least it's better than what we are primarily used to. So we're hoping for the best, and I hope that it does help to bridge the building gap in Abuja as well.
Building gap in Abuja.
The housing gap, yeah.
For those that are wondering, if you look at the screen right now, you will see a massive development. Well, it's been abandoned because
there was a court.
there was a court according to Moyo, and the courtry has to serve some time if at the end of the day he's found guilty. But what other evidence is there than what is staring us in the face? Okay, now let me come to you, Priye. We've had this blessing that has been blessing us from the grave in the name of Abacha. Do you think we should have an account specifically created for recovered funds?
A specific account.
Specific account.
Created.
Yes, just like this Renewed Hope portal, I can just go there and say, okay, how much do we have now? Okay, we have this amount, okay.
Okay, first of all, with regards to this question, let me take you back to some time ago when in Delta State, a specific governor was criticized or a specific governor was taking the federal government to court.
The governor, does he have a name?
Oh, okay, because I can't really remember what administration was that.
But he has a name.
The governor, of course, has a name, but I can't really remember what administration was. If I can't remember what administration was that, I can't really tell if it was James Ibori, if it was the other, the Dr. Uduan, or Ifeanyi Okoa.
No, go ahead, we'll fact check.
Okay, one of them.
One of them. Okay. Where that administration was taking the federal government to court. And what was the argument was that one of the governors was criticized of misappropriating funds meant for the development of the state in a different account. Or probably the money was not spent by the state governor. So at a specific end of the administration, they are meant to return that money back to the federal government. So the question that they were fighting at that point in time is, this money was misappropriated. It belonged to the state government. So must we return it back to the state, to the federal government as proceeds that were not spent? Or this money was misappropriated because the personality and at the saddle at that point in time, mismanaged the process. They did not channel that money into the development of the state. They kept it back for personal reasons. But the fact remained that it belonged to the state. So it should become that of the state property. But you know what? It was the federal government took that money at that point in time, and they were in court. And the outcome of the story, I couldn't really tell. So that's where I'm going in this specific case. Of course, that's why we have the existence of the single treasury account. So this specific
single treasury is for money generated.
Money generated.
Not money looted.
Okay, so let me tell you something. From the auction of these specific buildings, the money should go back to the single treasury account. Why? Because it is going to be a source of generation to the government. Because the government is selling criminal proceeds. Proceeds that were gotten from the proceeds of, monies that were gotten from the proceeds of crime. Understand? So it should go back to the single treasury account. So it becomes an income. In accounting terms, it becomes an income in terms of accounting.
How do we? It was initially a loss, so it can't be an income.
How do we account for this fund? Okay. Now we have the EFCC, we have the ICPC. Now we have Interpol, which sometimes also does this clamping down. Then we now have whistleblower. We have a whole lot of it. If we just say catch, collect, and go back to the single treasury account, how do we account for it? If I want to say, okay, show me, what did we get back in the last 4 years? If we have a specific account for
that purpose,
yes, then we can, we had 20 naira, then from this account, we now took 18 naira to the single treasury account.
Okay, so the thing is, great. If we are going to have a specific account for that purpose, I think it will be fantastic. But the thing is, if that law comes into play, then we must have another law that will be dedicating all monies gotten from crimes that will be returned to that specific account dedicated for specific projects.
Agreed.
Okay.
Because if they are dedicated for specific projects, we know that we are always going to be getting money from from the activities of the EFCC, and we know some of the state infrastructures that will be getting a renewed face. Now, Chooks, what I am trying to address is this. One of those buildings, I'm making search, or I looked at the cost from those buildings. It's about duplexes in the Federal Capital Territory. So I felt like, okay, how much does the average duplex cost in the Federal Capital Territory? And I'm seeing figures like 160 million. That's an average of it. So if I times 160 million naira times 753 duplexes.
Which location?
I'm coming to that.
But on average,
An average 160 million. So times 753, you are getting 120 trillion. That's how many times? That's like almost 3 times. That's almost 3 times, not exactly 3 times, but almost 3 times at our budget for 2025. In that specific
120 something.
120 trillion. So that's 160 million times 753.
120 something billion, not trillion.
Well, I saw maybe it's
your
billion.
calculators must have added some extra zeros.
Okay, probably maybe 120 trillion.
A billion.
Billion, rather. That we're still going to look at it. So I felt like, okay, if this is the amount we're going to get, probably they're not going to be auctioned in 160 million naira, because now the government will want to auction it in a subsidized amount of money.
Yeah, within the story, the ministry is saying that the government office will keep some.
Keep some.
Yes, for government use.
For government use. Yes, but it also states that some of them will be sold to both private and public individuals.
Will you bid?
Oh, of course, we're going to give it a try. Olumide was referencing what I made outside the when we were off studio, when they were auctioning cars that committed or flouted the traffic rules, and they were seized and were not returned back in Lagos State. So they were
that was last year.
That was so they were being auctioned, and I saw it. I went online and I saw it. I can see the prices of those cars, but some of them have been told. You see it boldly written: sold, sold, gone, sold. There are others that they said it's still free for public bidding. I clicked on it 1,000 times. I clicked on the Lexus. Tell me, I clicked on the Benz, I clicked on many, but it just won't go. So I was like, okay, I thought you said this is open. Why can't I have access to it? So the one question now beckons that, look, if these are what you're telling me, why can't I access it? Has it been sold already and you're not giving that information out to the public? So these are very, very important questions to ask. So we should know some of the average Nigerians that have actually purchased these properties that are said to be auctioned in a very subsidized amount of money to the public in the name of making the public to be part of the process of the largesse, coming at a cheaper price. But the thing is, does the common man or the average man, maybe he couldn't be able to afford 160 million, but probably can he borrow from 100 million naira from a mortgage bank that can sponsor him to buy this building and have him pay for 20 or 30 years?
Okay, why will chew over that? Next time, find a place that has better internet connection. but this is majorly going to be a direct, public, open bidding kind of thing. So I don't think it's going to be in office, people sitting. You will have to walk to the place. Walk to the place and be part of that bidding. But before we leave this story and go to the next one, I want to ask this. Apologies, I have to just keep pausing. If we say this are being sold, be it a car, be it a house, be it anything, is that not enough evidence to indict whatever name is there?
I think it should be. I love that you said this. I honestly love that you said this. Because this is it now. This is the fruits of the crime that we are seeing. So why isn't he in jail?
Well, it says guilty until proven. I've forgotten that.
If you don't think he's guilty, you will not seize his property.
Well, until the court convicts him.
So who were the people who now thought it was okay to sell this property? How did we get there?
It's the court.
It's the court.
It was the same court.
It was the same court that said.
So what I'm saying is... So is this not
contradiction? That he's innocent on his...
Until proven.
Yes. No, I'm saying that this should be proof of the guilt.
This proceeds.
No, Chooks, if we're to look at it another direction, the court said they could not tell the source from which they got the funds to be able to embark on such a massive project.
Yeah. Meaning?
And because you cannot give account of the source of your income to buy that, Part 2, Section 7 of the EFCC Act said that they must not be allowed, whoever is involved in that case, must not be allowed to enjoy the proceeds of crime. And that's the reason.
So these are crime.
These are proceeds of crime.
This is an admission of crime.
It has been established that it's a proceeds of crime by the court. So it needs to be sold. So if it is a proceeds of crime,
can he be indicted on this?
It can, of course, be indicted. But we are not a court.
Yeah, but I just think, again, we're asking questions, but I think it's common sense and logic that would make you say, if this is obviously an admission of crime, then where is the justice for
No, he didn't admit that he committed a crime.
No, not him. He won't admit it now. That's why we have courts. Criminals don't admit that they are criminals.
He who alleges
must prove. The burden of proof is on them. I am aware.
So until...
If there's enough proof to auction the property, there should be enough proof to lock him in prison.
While we seek the burden of proof and buy the proof of the burden, we will be heading to the next story. But before we hit that particular point, don't go anywhere. We'll go on a very short break and SBL will be right back. Make sure you call your neighbor and tell him that we are on and share the link. Don't go anywhere.
Africa Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring Souq to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to through the Federal Mortgage Bank to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for Souq News.
Welcome back. It's still SBL, Souq Business Landscape, and we'll go straight to some good, positive news. The Nigerian stock market rebounded yesterday, Tuesday, with a 20 billion boost in market capitalization, driven by gains in consumer goods and insurance stocks. Nestle Nigerian PLC, Triple G and Company PLC, and Regency Alliance Insurance PLC each recorded a 10% rise in share price, helping to lift investor sentiment at the close of trading. The all-share index edged up by 32.64 points, while the market capitalization rose to 69.031 trillion. Now, the consumer goods index climbed by 2.5% and the insurance index by 1.41%, reflecting renewed interest in these sectors. Now, trading activities showed improvement with 497.06 million shared value at 13.21 billion exchanged across 18.795 deals. This is something good. This is something good. Now, for everyone that was out there all through last week, people just kept shouting, "Did you see this? Did you see that? Did you see this? Did you see that?" Now, for those that were buying, they were profiting. Those that sold last week out of fear, the reverse was the case. What do you think necessitated this?
First of all, I think there are some issues when the stock market, when the market is doing well, and the capital market is doing well. There are some indices for us to look at. Speaking with Mr. Kendi Adeaga this morning, where he was intimating us with some of the forces, that can make the market either go up or come down. One of it had to do with the 27.5% interest rate. But let me not talk about that now. Let me talk about some of other few things he talked about. Relative stability. There's a relative stability in the business climate and in the polity. It's going to reflect in the market. And if it is going to reflect in the market, that means both those who are selling their stocks and those who want to buy, there's going to be lots of bargaining going on in the system. For those who exercise fear, probably from their own analysis, probably from advice from their brokers and all of that, may want to do that. I think that's what Chooks were referring to as who sold out of fear.
Those that sold 7 days ago.
Quickly. But you know what? Those that sustained it, this sort of news is going to boost even some of those companies. We saw them mentioned, Nestle, who are part of the gainers, and some other companies were mentioned, and some of them lost. Their loss even amounted to 43 naira. Now, that's quite a lot.
If you now look at the cumulative shares
yes,
held
because it was they were and you felt like, okay, if imagine you owning shares in that organization that lost 43 naira.
I won't sell. I will just hold on, waiting for a rebound.
You will hold on, but you'll be troubled within. So
depending on how much I'm holding.
Depends on what. So those companies that make their profit, there's a bank, recently that sharing five naira dividend. Recently, just in the recent past, that they shared 5 naira dividend to all their shareholders, and people who have large unit of shares, were smiling all to the bank. In fact,
5 naira might look small until you look at the amount of
shares
you're holding
in that specific bank. And I'm talking about a traditional ruler from one of the southwestern countries, if not from Osun State, a chief. It was in the general annual meeting of the bank that when they had their shareholders meeting recently, and he was speaking extensively how the bank had grown and how the chief executive officer promised he was going to build to make sure that they get to 5 naira, and for quite a short period of time. Shorter period of time can be within 2-3 years, and he was able to achieve that goal. And they're all smiling to the bank. And the chief executive officer himself is smiling to the bank, ranging, how much did he got? Ranging up to 42 billion naira.
Okay. Why we hold on to that particular thought? You want to make us look for what to sell and go buy shares. But now let's look at sector trends over the last 7 days. Now we have healthcare. Healthcare moved 8.91%. Consumer staples 3.94%. Tech lower round 3.6%. Industries, financials, materials, they just kept going down. And now let's also look at major gainers as of yesterday. We have Nestle, we have Nigerian Breweries, we have Interbrew, and all these are food, beverage, and household equipment. Unilever and Co. Then the only bank that came up as of yesterday was GTCO. Some time ago, the pharmaceuticals, several major ones left the country. But now we are not seeing that in the stock market. We're not seeing that fall in price in the stock market. Are we saying that the ones within, or those that are still left, they've come up to fill up that void? Muyo?
Well, I mean, if we're judging by the numbers, yes, that would be the simple answer. But I do think that when we're looking at the gains and all of that, we must also understand when we're interpreting this that this could be momentary. It might not be a structural recovery, so to speak. So we have to be guided. I mean, it's a good thing, obviously. It's something that we're happy about. I mean, I'm very happy for Regency Alliance. It's a dear family friend who founded the company, so I'm happy. I'm happy about the good. But I'm just saying, we have to ensure that we look deeper. Obviously, our companies have the capacity to do more. So we have to look deeper when it comes to regulations and how we can structure the market to be more to be more stable, so to speak, right? Because undulating progresses, sometimes you realize that when somebody says the market has grown more this week, you now go 4 weeks back, you now realize that the market dipped so far back that it's not really much, So that's basically the situation. Because if you even look at the numbers, the number of deals are a little bit more narrower than the previous week. So it's just the top gainers that keep on gaining. It's not exactly like it's trickling all the way down. You understand what I mean?
The high-end holders.
It's just the high-end holders, the big boys that continue to grow. But generally, the deals that were sealed were less than the week prior. So we must look at it from a very holistic level.
Okay, coming to you, let's look at compensation. Let's look at what offices. Let's look at staff compensation. Do you think we should start seeing a case whereby, let's say I work in Femi Wash right now, and Femi Wash decides, okay, Priye, you've done excellently well, and we want to compensate you with something, and instead of maybe a car or holiday, they just decide, okay, let's get shares for this person.
I need all of it.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
It's a good suggestion, just like you rightly said, it's a good suggestion. If, for instance, I have a company and I did well in the capital market and I decide to, let me give Priye John and Moyo, something, but, there's this thing about, well, allegedly about rich people, they like to keep wealth circulated within
themselves.
A small circle. It's a good thing.
Is it?
Who said that?
As I said,
who?
allegedly.
To who?
It's a good thing.
Okay.
It's a good thing if companies can do that. I've worked for a particular company. Whenever they make sales, they give bonuses, commission. Every
cash-wise.
Cash-wise.
Not share-wise.
Not share-wise.
I do think it's a brilliant idea. I mean, the pension fund is
if it can be
linked to stock
converted,
exchange, so why not?
If it can be converted to cash as bonuses, commissions, and all that, but these things go around the board meeting. The board will have to sit and to convince a whole board that, look, let's give our workers. Some investors might buy it, some investors will not buy it.
There are some international companies that will give you stock options as
Yes,
well.
not just international companies. Some companies in Africa,
Even here?
yes, they give you stock options. For you to become a partner in a firm, that means you get some shares.
Yeah.
So,
but Mr. Chooks, the question you threw out, so that when you talked about the more major participants, pharmaceuticals, and how a few of them left the country, what seemed to fill the void that made us not to really feel the impact that we were really expecting, maybe like a massive crash in the market, but instead it regained. Looking at that particular story and bringing some form of analysis from the telecommunications sector, the Nigerian telecommunications sector, according to analysis, is worth about $10 billion. We are not there yet. And I just imagine $10 billion. That's the potential that it holds. However, why some of it is contributing to the stock market, and they had filled that void that you spoke about that was left by the pharmaceuticals. How did they fill it? Do you remember that the current administration is engaged in some of the telecommunications projects, and one of it, when it comes to reforms in the telecom sector and information technology, is the 3 million talent transfer program. It's a tech program where the Tinubu administration wants to make sure that they train 3 million youths to take up the space of tech. And in training up these 3 million youth, currently as we speak, they have done 117,000 of those 3 million youths. So before the end of the first administration, they are proposing to have done 1.5 million, which means that they would have done like 50 million. And that is not just 50% rather. That is not just it's not just a program or a reform that it's on paper, because it's currently going as we speak, and it signifies a massive investment in the telecommunications sector and that specific industry. So the tendency that you are going to be seeing about huge startups in this specific sector, who are already quoted in the market, in the market will be receiving some form of boost because their shares will be selling. Because if you look at NASDAQ 500, tell me who's belling the cat? Startups and IT companies. I think we are heading towards that place where we see telecoms begin to, fill in the void. And to put it in proper perspective, if we just have less than 150 companies that are quoted in Nigerian stock market in the exchange at the moment now, there's the tendency that probably before this administration is done, would have gone past that figure. I mean, we have 300 in South Africa, and if you look at the market capitalization, it's running into $1.3 trillion. Okay. Tell me, it's something that we can do, because we're just merely doing about $400 billion.
Okay, while we wait and look at the market and every other stock jumping, that is my prayer, we also want to start seeing names of not just, I won't call them traditional medicine manufacturers on the stock exchange. I look forward to. I look forward to seeing that.
We should. I remember vividly, but by the time you bring Doc to speak, he's always angry. Hey, Dr. Abalaka said I can defeat AIDS, Nigeria.
Okay, why you decide to defeat?
No. What was he referring to? He was referring to traditional medicine.
Yes.
He was referring to that. So we had the national, is it NAFDAC that's responsible for that? Do we have labs? Can we test it? Yeah. Can we?
Yes, we can.
The veracity of this claim.
Yes,
can we do
can.
that in the mice?
Can I ask you a question? Okay. Do you take soup here in Nigeria?
Soup.
Yes. Almost 99.9% of Nigerians eat soup.
Of course.
Different kind of soup.
Bitter leaf soup.
You are all taking traditional medicine.
We're all taking traditional.
I don't think it's that simple. I don't think it's that simple, but okay.
Let's keep going. Now to our other story of the day. This is another good positive one. Crude price jumped nearly 2% on Wednesday after reports emerged that United States intelligence suggested Israel was preparing a strike on Iranian nuclear sites. The news has intensified fears of a broader conflict in the Middle East, adding a risk to premium oil market. West Texas Intermediate rose to 63.22 United States dollars per barrel, while Brent crude climbed to 66.56 United States dollars. Now, let's get to this. Now, for everyone who happens to be a Nigerian, our budget was based on this benchmark, $75 per barrel.
Yeah.
Then we have this last 2 months ago, last month, and oil price dipped well below 60. Now gradually it's climbing up. Trump has gone to Saudi, Trump is back. Behind closed door discussions, we don't know, but something is happening. And Nigeria should be happy. How do we position ourselves? How do we position ourselves to take full advantage of what is happening right now?
We're a bit in a dilemma, Mr. Chooks. A dilemma in what sense? If crude oil price in the international market continues to soar, it brings more money to Nigeria. More money to which Nigeria? More money to the government of the country. Because our budget is, the calculation of our budget is premised around $75 per barrel.
Yes.
And we want to attain that.
Definitely.
And if we are going to attain that, the president is looking at attaining also 2.01 or 6 barrels per day, million barrels per day of production.
Right now, we are not there yet.
And right now, we are about 1.5, barely 1.5, just barely 1.5 million barrels per day. So that's going to be lots of money. But the thing is, as the government is making lots of money, the Nigerian will be paying, the average Nigerian will be paying more for it. Because
for
refined
products.
For refined crude that are imported into the country. Now, the other part that I want to
can we also look at it from this part?
Okay.
Nigeria is meant for Nigerians. Nigerian oil should be for Nigerians. Now, if we decide that, okay, we sell to our refineries differently, nobody can come and put a gun on us and say no.
Okay, but
I don't know if you understand.
I understand.
Now, if we tell our refineries or those within that can also refine, okay, go to this particular fields and explore. We can assist in this part, which you will pay for, but explore at a cut price.
Okay,
I don't know. That is making provision for Nigerians.
Great.
Now, if we depend on importation, then that is where we are also looking at losing the dollars.
But Chooks, there's this thing I've been trying to be restless to call your attention to.
Okay.
And this is it. We cannot completely depend in importing crude oil, because it's devastating to our economy.
Importing.
Good.
And when is it going to stop?
And we cannot completely rule out importation.
Okay.
We cannot
hold on to that thought.
Importation, because you want me to hold on?
Hold on to that thought. Let me come to you. If we say that going forward, we wake up one day and there is this particular conflict, it seems like conflict is like a favor. A favor and a platter handed down to us right now. Ghana just got their first crude consignment from Angola, which is good. Now, this intra-African trade is going to continue. And it's going to be positive for us. Now, apart from intra-African trade, what about intra-country trade? Where I was going to, is it possible when we say, okay, good and fine, for more refineries to come up, let's look for how the government within African states can subsidize the crude for those particular refineries to produce for people within the country. First, that's coming to you, Olumide. So how can we get that done? How can nations get that done? And also be able to service their obligations of sending crude outside?
Well, it's not rocket science, like I said. But first of all, the political power, the willpower rather, is it there? Just like you said, we can decide to subsidize it for our own people and say, okay, the remaining, send it out. We have so many, we have illegal refineries, blah, 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 blah. And Doc was actually saying the other time when we had this discussion that we do not have the technology to actually drill and refine this crude to the maximum quality that we are expecting. So why can't the government set up a partnership between the private sector and the government? Let's get this equipment in. Let's hire people. Definitely to create employment for people. Let's get this technology into this country rather than exporting our crude out and bringing a refined product into Nigeria. Or better still, give some of these companies, give them licenses to go and do explorations.
And the end use, you now share?
Then share.
Okay.
Or better still, maybe, I know some states are doing it, maybe states should even take charge.
Okay, let me come to you, Muyo.
Yeah.
When Dangote refinery came up, government had a percentage share earlier on that had to be cut down.
20%.
It had to be cut down because of payment issues.
Drastically to 7%.
Take it easy with us. Now, at the point when that was cut down, this is just me thinking. Yeah. Do you see a possibility where if government goes into this kind of partnership, government can just say, okay, good and fine, we are giving you crude, refine on our behalf. Refine and give us a product. And however we want to share profit, we'll share. When it has to do with the people, is this something that is possible? Is it doable, or do you see?
It is possible. It is doable. I mean, he mentioned the willpower, and we just need people who are willing and who are ready to strengthen our local value chain when it comes to the oil and gas industry. I don't think, again, we keep putting the cart before the horse.
When you say the willpower, this when it comes to this particular sector,
yes,
this administration has the willpower. Ask me why.
Why did you say so?
If you remember, I keep making this reference. There was an issue between Mobil and Seplat. It went to court, it went to court, it went to court. There was a whole lot of issue. The day government put their foot down, it took days. And if you know that road that leads to that road, what you see there now is Seplat, no longer Mobil. So if they can do that, I still strongly believe.
Again, I mean, we all live in Nigeria, and I don't want to say, this could have been some personal interest-based. I don't know.
If personal interest can favor the entire country,
but I'm going
to
I'm going to need to see more consistency before I can respect the reference that you just made.
Okay.
That being said, I do think that, of course, it is possible. We just need to have the willpower, as I initially said, to do that. And again, we keep putting the cart before the horse. I don't think Nigeria can fully ever benefit from, things like this if we don't get the basics right. If we don't get the basics right, it's not going to, there's no way we want to do it. It's not going to work. I mean, even if it's not going to work, we cannot maximize what we are supposed to get from this if we don't do it right. We still always have issues of, again, we always demonize subsidy. I don't know why we demonize subsidy so much in this part of the world. It is not generally a bad thing. If we do, as he mentioned earlier, if we do stuff like that and then we make the prices cheaper for the local refiners here and stuff like that, next thing we hear somebody stole subsidy money. Next thing we hear some people who don't have refineries are applying for subsidy and somebody is paying it to them. So until we clean it up properly, I mean, all this talk is just talk on paper.
Okay.
Until we clean
while it's talk on paper, I'm coming to you.
Yes.
I'm coming to you. 2001, to correct me if I'm right, when telecommunication rolled out open networks and everybody could go buy a SIM and phone. 2001, 2002, right? After Obasanjo just came in.
Yes.
Now, if we remember, the first guys that came were selling SIM card at
24,000, 25,000.
24,000. Yeah. And you had to go queue. Yeah, you travel to Abuja and go and queue, if you remember very well. Then phones were the rich.
For the rich,
the rich preserved.
I think there was a senator who said it wasn't for poor people.
Yes, to God be the glory, he's retired now.
He's retired from the senator from life, which one? I'm not sure.
Now, if you remember, then the second one came. Then Glo came.
Yes.
Then it would no longer have per minute billing. It was now called as you pay as you go.
Yes.
Do we see a situation where Dangote is the only major refinery that is private going on now? Bill is building, and by God's grace, they will complete. There are several other ones that are also not just in the pipeline, they are currently building. Do we see a situation where Once these guys come up, then we'll have a competition and things will go down.
Okay. First of all, that was where I was heading when you asked the first question.
You should have finished your traffic lights.
When I was saying that, look, there's a way we will not import. And when I say import, I'm not talking about the government importing. I'm talking about private investors in the sector importing. Why? Because the government has made crude, let's say we are doing 1.5 million or we are doing 2.06 million barrels per day. And the government has a quota that should be deployed to local refineries, including Dangote and other modular refineries in the country to supply them. Dangote is 650,000 barrel crude capacity. So if we can do more than the 300 or 350,000 and we take it to about 450,000 barrels for him for crude, then it will be fine. And all other modular refineries, if they can have that share from that 2.06 million barrels per day. But the thing is, Nigeria is also responsible.
Sorry to cut you. Sorry to cut you. He said something, and that was the refineries being able to explore on their own.
Being able to explore.
And not depending on what government is bringing up.
You mean to drill?
Yes.
Because currently now, as we speak, in the Bauchi axis,
thank you,
there is drilling going on currently there.
Government just said go there and drill.
The previous administration, and the current administration has given a directive for continuation of that project.
Okay.
Now, private individuals, do we have that capacity to drill? However, if we
yes, they do.
Not Nigeria. We're talking about local
companies.
Yes, we're talking about local. They can only access that through some form of consortium involving the commercial banks that will be able to foot the billions and hundreds of billions and thousands of dollars that will be sunk under the ground for them to realize profit, and which is equally based on the exchange rate of the dollar. Now, because private individuals are going to suffer extensively when they do that. However, they should be able to have collaborations with private organizations, with private banks outside the country that have the required financial chest to be able to suck that in. However, let me land.
Permit me to add a spanner to these works of yours. Okay. It's only in Nigeria that the cost of production of one barrel is so high.
That's why you need to let me land.
Okay, land.
That's where I'm
heading. Let him land.
So the thing is, when the government has given its own quota to Dangote and to other modular refineries, it will be in the naira and not in dollar, and that brings its own respite and takes down the pressure of the naira compared to the dollar. So in that specific case, and look, experts said about 30% pressure of the dollar on the naira will be taken off by virtue of the naira for crude exchange that will take place between Dangote and other locally owned modular refineries in the country. Now, why is the government obligated to send in crude abroad? It will be with what? It will be in dollars, because we are selling to foreigners, and it will be in dollars. What does it do? It has its own humongous advantage on the naira. It makes the naira appreciate and almost, and the dollar will begin to decline in that specific sense. And you know that much of our earnings in Nigeria, from our GDP, 80% of it comes from the exchange of crude to the dollars. So why should we not embark on that? Now, that does not specifically say that the government is going to meet all the obligations and the quotas that it has allocated to the local refineries, because why it needs to also feed the external part of it so we can have a good exchange in the dollar. And if we do that, local refineries that do not have sufficient product, are they going to source their material? They're going to go abroad. But the thing is, when you're going abroad, don't go outside the continent of Africa. Go to Algeria, go to Angola, go to Sudan.
Why should
because
they go?
These are markets
why should they go there?
For us to facilitate intra-African trade, just the way Ghana has done.
Can I throw one more spanner in this works? Now, there are several oil fields in Nigeria that are right now not drilling. As we speak right now, there are several oil fields.
Why are the private individuals not going in there?
Hold on. That is where we are talking about. That's good.
It requires lots of money to do that.
We will say where this particular service needs to be gotten for those drilling to continue and start and not stop. We need to explore them. That way, we will produce more. We have not even met our quota yet. And we still have obligations to meet outside, just like you said. We still have a budget to fund. So if we can get these oil fields drilling, then that's good for us. If we need to get, the good news sometime last week also was that several of the internationals that left are also looking for us to come back. That's some good news. But we want to see it happen in the first place. We'll be going on a very short break before we hit the next story. So, hey, this is Souq Business Landscape. There's no better place to be than this place. Remember, follow us on all our social media handles. Just go to Souq News TV on all social media platforms and follow us. Then also, hey, tell your friend to tell his friend. Even your neighbor, make sure you're not fighting with anybody. But should you, just send this handle to the person and you guys will have a very good respite. Don't go anywhere. SBL will be right back.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohamed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income, situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Alima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Welcome back. It's SBL and my name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Now we go to our last story that we will peep into for today. We are hitting it live with Donald Trump. President Donald Trump has unveiled a 175 billion, I think I need to take that again, 175 billion missile defense initiative called the Golden Dome, setting a 3-year deadline for completion. Now, this particular system, 175 billion, that money keeps ringing in my head, 175 billion, modeled after Israel Iron Dome aims to shield the United States from long-range threats and will be led by General Michael Gillen of the United States Special Force. Trump said 25 billion will be sourced from a spending and tax reform bill. Major defense contractors and tech firms, including Elon Musk, SpaceX, same person, are already pinching to build the ambitious project. Now, this is where I am going to stop. For people that are really looking at this particular development, it's been a long time coming. We knew they were going to go there, but how much they were going to spend, it's something that is shocking to all. Now, this particular 175 billion is just a start because it's projected that by 2029, that's in less than a decade, that spending is going to go above $1 trillion. Permit me to drop this pen. Please, how much is the entire African budget for 2025? The entire African country put together?
If I'm not correct, over 1 trillion dollars.
Okay, that's entire Africa.
Yeah.
Budget for okay, sorry.
For 2025.
Numbers are failing us right now. So for those that are wondering why we have to go this route, it's just a difference about 108 billion between the entire African continent and a defense budget. I'm talking about defense budget for a single country. People will say, why are they going this route? Priye? Dominance, economic dominance is a direct indices of military dominance.
Yes.
When should Nigeria start playing in this particular place?
Okay, I think I may sound a little bit harsh if I'm to go that direct and directly answering that question. Why shouldn't Nigeria be playing or swimming in that? I don't want to call it murky waters, but it's actually
But
murky
it's not murky waters.
Okay.
I think you should ask me why I said it's not more kilos.
Okay, no. You do the asking. So just let me.
No. It's an open. Right now, it's an open.
Yes.
It's an open buffet.
So the thing is this. First of all, those who are their ears on ground, they already know where the stock market will be heading in the United States of America. They could deduce that from the political manifestos of the Republican Party. And what I mean by the Republican Party, I'm talking about the disposition and the statements that were coming from the President Donald Trump, as at that time when he wasn't president. So they were looking at his body language, what he was saying, and all of that. They already knew that, you know what, when and finally, and if he gets into office, there are some areas in the market that the stock will be soaring. And one of them, it is defense budget. The defense budget and industries or companies that are involved in manufacturing defense equipment in the United States, their stock will run up high. And I have some of their numbers here. You have RTS Core, it's high by 5.9%. You have Lockheed Martin Core, 20.3%. Northrop Grumman Core. I mean, we have just about seven of there. The last is Curtis Wright Core with 15.6% high. Why is that? We stated recently that Donald Trump went to Saudi Arabia.
Came back.
And came back.
Struck some
and he's
closed door business.
And he's saying, and we just heard in the news that Israel is going to hit hard on Iran. That alone, do you know the implication of that statement? It means that the Iranian stock would deepen. It will plummet drastically because stability, political stability, is one of the key indices in reading, the stock.
Market stability is directly influenced.
It's directly influenced by that. So you know what? People will start selling, and guess where they are going to hide their money? It's in gold. They are going to hide their money in gold. So in that specific case, Donald Trump is not telling you we're embarking on 175. You know, you forgot to mention. You said billion, but you didn't say in dollars. Of course, when you mention Donald Trump, people should know that, of course, you're referring to dollars. $175 billion.
It's just defense spending.
Defense spending. I know what this shares from this defense military equipment who are manufacturing that are quoted in the stock, they're going to go up more than what we are seeing currently now. Why is Nigeria not threatening there? We do not. How many of our defense companies are quoted in our stock exchange?
The question should be, where are the defense companies?
Oh, fine. Because I don't want to start mentioning maybe Dicon or if he's still in operation.
Dicon they are still very well in operation.
Very well in operation.
Owned by the military.
Yes, so I don't want to even start mentioning that. And one of this, when Niger Republic took over the reins of political power through the barrel of the gun, when the heads of state met and given the significant position that our president occupies as the chairman of the West African bloc and the African Union and all of that, when we look at that, okay, so what should we have done? All military heads of state gathered and they were given okay, our forces are already positioned in place and ready to go into Niger Republic to go and restore civilian government. Do you know what the world was looking at and what Nigeria did not take advantage on? Now, I'm not just saying this. I spoke to a professor who lectures within the jurisdiction of international relations. And he was saying that Nigeria missed a great opportunity to make our continent, to make our country great in one specific sense. But you know what? Some of the states in Africa are going to hate us for it. Because what were the heads of state proposing to Nigeria? We're going there. This is the X amount of money we're going to have instead of military expenditure. And you know what? Nigeria should bail the cat by taking over 70% stake.
And do what? And go into Niger?
Go into Niger. That means we're going to provide...
And do what exactly in Niger?
Restore democratic government.
Okay, hold on to that thought. hold on to that particular thought. Now, let me come to you, Moyo. If I progress this, some years back, not too long ago, we had Obasanjo, and before Obasanjo, we had the war in Liberia.
Yeah.
Then we had that in Sudan. We had just within that East African side, and we also had one that almost started in Gambia, and what was it called? One other very small country.
Yeah.
For those particular ones, all Obasanjo did was a call.
To stop it.
Just a call.
Who is Obasanjo?
The first political dispensation, the first person, this political dispensation. Now, also during the Liberian War, Nigerian soldiers, without any sense of pride, were the major people. Nigeria was the major people that stopped that war.
Yeah.
Same thing in Sudan. We played a large role. Even if we get to see and watch movies, and all we get to see is EU, France, the US. But Nigerians' boots were on ground in Sudan, in Darfur. Nigerians were on ground. Are we taking advantage of this? I won't just call it diplomacy. Are we taking advantage of this amount of big brother activities we are putting down on other African nations?
Yeah.
We're not taking advantage of. Is it what's making others to look at us as weak, or as after all, it's Nigeria?
I think the continuous reality of of Nigeria, the Nigerian state, is what makes us look weak. When we talk about the security problems, we talk about the economic problems, the worsening inflation. This is the reality of Nigeria. We can't run away from it. And things like that, when you're like that, it makes diplomacy weak. Because people don't really respect you. If we're going to be honest,
is diplomacy weak because of the people, or because of the system, or because
it's a mix of everything? Because the people make up the system. So what I'm saying here is most of what Nigeria enjoys, to be fair, is more of what some people would term, sort of like past glory. Back in the day when Nigeria could really stand up to foreign powers and stuff like that. Today, not so much. I mean, in 2016, we could see Buhari at a meeting in the UK, and the Prime Minister was saying that that's one of the presidents of a fantastically corrupt nation. If it was during Obasanjo's military era, they could never try that.
It will respond.
But they could never have said something like that.
On this side of the divide, what response did we give?
On this, when
yes. So when those kind of statements are made,
yes,
the Foreign Service, what did they say? We are not seeking the answers. Now okay. I'm coming to you. Let's get to this spending. 175 billion being spent for defense.
Yes.
Defense spending. This is not even the first defense budget. This is just an addition.
Yes, it's just an addition.
It's just an addition.
Yeah, the defense budget is almost
923 billion dollars.
That was where he was quoting as it being the total of...
Yeah, this is what we are submitting to you, the Senate. Could you please approve this?
Let's now look at this. Military strength and economic strength. It's based on this that Trump can say, we'll place tariff on this or place tariff on that, and you just respond by, okay, we'll place tariff back, or you don't go beyond that. When should Africa start playing in this league?
Quite a big question, but... looking at Burkina Faso, I think they are starting to take the lead in this particular direction. Looking at Niger, what Niger is doing. Mayor Kumale, we were talking about Burkina Faso, the tomato paste factory that they are established in Burkina Faso. I told Kumale, we both spoke about it, that yes, even though we do not like how the present government in Burkina Faso came in, but it seems as if, not to glorify military coup, I'm not glorifying that. But it seems as if it takes a military coup, or it takes someone to come and usurp power for it to get it right.
Progress, yeah.
Democratically elected government should be the way. But it all boils down to how much we are spending on security and how much we are spending on education, because both go side by side. If we invest a whole lot on education, it would actually bring out a whole lot. But now, you're saying, how can Africa... Let's look at Nigeria as a case study. We all remember how the former president, Brigade Guard, was attacked at a point. How will I put it? In a working nation, that should not happen. And if it happened, the perpetrators should have been brought to book. So for us to ramp up our security system, for us to ramp up everything and say, okay, yes, let's Africa come together, it's going to take a whole lot. We have to put away our differences, xenophobia and the rest of them. We have to put all that aside and say, okay, let's all come together. It can be done. But look at when African Union proposed a single currency, what happened? We could not even get a single currency. How can we now come together and say, yes, let's ramp up our defense system and let's say that no. I mean, I was just reading about Israel's Iron Dome. It is lovely. I don't like war and the rest. But
lovely in violent terms.
In violent terms.
You have a responsibility as a government to protect your people.
Okay. Now, because at the end of the day,
Donald Trump, yes.
Let me round up.
Okay.
Fine, I'm not a part of this Israel and Gaza war, but if you look at Netanyahu and some of the bold statements he's making, it's based on the fact that he loves his people. It's arguably, he's fighting for his people. He wants, I remember someone mentioned, our guest mentioned it that, it was Dr. Daosa. I mentioned that when they were in Dubai, something happened and they wanted to eat. It was during fasting. And the cab driver said that, is there an American? Are you an American? And one of them said yes. And I said, no problem. That if they catch us in less than 15 minutes, the embassy will call. Can we see something like that in Nigeria? We need to be united, basically. Unity is what that can take us there.
Okay, there are certain countries that they don't have a standing military force. But their economy is thriving. Based on policies, who they trade with, and what they sell. We are now looking at an America who happens to, in quote, be the class monitor of the world. Now they are still spending humongous amounts on military budgets. And this was some time past a major problem between them, Russia, and China. Because they kept saying, why are you spending that much on your military? Why are you budgeting that much? Whereas they are also doing way, way more than who they are calling out is doing. In all this, an industry, just like you shared, an industry is being not just funded, an industry is being funded
heavily.
And not just them on that side, the entire world is paying for it. Because we go to the stock market and subscribe to those particular shares of those particular industry. But we don't get to see it. Now, Trump has gone to Saudi and he's back. And I can bet you, even if he's not out there, that some good money is going to go.
The Saudi Arabia stock is going to
go into this particular.
West Texas, you read it. West Texas stock just increased.
Is going to
going up.
Now, I'm always very particular as how this news is going to affect we on this side. For those that were privy to this particular proclamation, I can't bet you they have made a whole lot of money in the stock market today, because with each of this proclamation, something is going up, something is coming down. Yes. Are we positioning our market? This is where I'm going to. Are we positioning our market to take advantage of things like this?
Nigeria, okay, do we have a market for it?
Yes, we do.
So when you're talking about how can we be able to stand in that position where we are making this bold statements, now you want to take us to the theories of government, the theories of leaders, or the theories when you start talking about realism and neocolonialism. The United States, is a country that is able to wield both soft power and hard power. And they know the time to wield it. Donald Trump's body language now is both wielding soft and hard power. Just by his visit to Saudi Arabia alone, gives out myriads of statements without him saying a word. Just by his visit alone, Netanyahu said something, and stocks in the Middle East will be plummeting, and stocks in the US are running up. Just by his visit and his body language, and he's telling you we're going to build this. The Pentagon is getting ready. SpaceX, owned by your uncle, Elon Musk. Elon Musk.
Biological.
Not biological, though. But Elon Musk
Uncle, I hope you heard that.
Elon Musk, SpaceX, is also bidding for that $175 billion contract.
Is that not a conflict of interest? Doesn't he run like the deal?
Oh, no. Because SpaceX
is non-governmental.
It's not governmental.
Dodge is non-governmental. Interesting.
Because he's leaving Dodge if he has not left.
Love it.
So the thing is, he's going to be building...
Department of Government Efficiency is not governmental.
Who's funding it?
So the thing is, his company is going to be, SpaceX is going to be bidding for that contract of $175 billion. There are some other companies in the US that's going to be bidding to build that SpaceX. Of course, the opposition came out and said, look, no way. Our landmass is too massive for that dome to cover all of this. So it's not a sustainable project. Are you going to tell that to Trump?
You can't tell him.
Okay. While you tell that to Trump, or while you tell him not to go the route or follow the road he has proposed, well, we all know that when he says it, I can bet you that he's not just doing it as started it. He's just coming to tell you. We look forward to seeing a very vibrant economy, not just there, but here. And for oil that is rebounding, and for everyone in that particular sector, hey, we'll keep talking about you, we'll keep encouraging you, do well, do better. For everyone also within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something, say something. This is Souq Business Landscape. We won't stop discussing, talking, and pushing Africa and Nigeria forward. We are a good people, and we will live better. I want to say thank you very much again to the crew making this a possibility. My name is Souq, John Rogers Souq. Follow us on all our social media handles. Remember again, at Souq TV, at Souq News TV, all social media handles. Then you can follow myself, my humble self, at CGUVNOR, that's C Governor, on all social media platforms. Thank you very much. We'll do this again, but before I sign out, this beautiful, handsome gentleman are still here.
I'm Olumide Shokoya. You can follow me on Media Juggernaut on all social media platforms. Enjoy the rest of your day.
All right, I am Moyo Soria Debi. It's lovely to be here always. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. Thank you.
And I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. You can follow me on Instagram at OyinPriye8 and on Twitter, X, on OyinPriye5. Many thanks for watching.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another described him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities as either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Honeywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cousins PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School to City College from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Fumi Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, is a go-getter, both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take Two, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defended profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a director in Ashaka Cement, and a director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to